I thought we were never gonna get that to work. Give me just a few minutes here, chat. Raccoon said, yo, what it do? Alright, we're gonna get this thing started, y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. How's it going, Raccoon? So, what's going on? I've been making my own Roblox game, chat. And so I'm gonna show you the progress of that today. We're gonna go over it. I'm gonna tell you basically like what the theme is, what I'm trying to do here. And then yeah, it's just a little like place where y'all can really just chat with me about anything while I just go ahead and edit this game. Anyways, without further ado, I'm gonna shoot this thing in through the intro and I'm gonna show you what I've been working on so far and then show you what we're gonna be working on next.
TecXpansion.
Alright. Gotta put in the correct inputs on my end so that we can hear things. Alright, and then here we are. So real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this down just so enough that you could hear it but not overpower. What we got going on here today. You see my beautiful Capsule Corporation, which by the way, I'm thinking of adding a can I join you in game later? The game's not available yet. Like it's not even for like public or private release. So and there's not really any reason that you would want to join. There's nothing you could do that would be like impactful or do anything. As of right now, all we got is a city right here. You can see. So we actually got a bit more than just the city that I've done. So we got the Capsule Corporation, which by the way, I was thinking of making like a special animation like intro for this so that you could actually see what's going on. So I'm going to show you everything that we've done so far. We've built the city. We've added special landmarks like the Capsule Corporation. You come further out here. Hold on a second. We move a little slow sometimes when we get this movement started. So you come out here and you'll see that we got the wastelands, and we've started adding other fields like cell games. Haven't made much of an impact with adding the landmark for it yet. The intro, I'm gonna show you like how I plan to do the intro. We've added landmarks like the Saiyan pod area, but I haven't added the Saiyan pod yet. And then you'll see that we've added Corin's Tower as well as Kami's Lookout. So we don't have a lot, but we do have a few landmarks. We also got like small little plains areas. This is just a base, mind you. So you're gonna notice that that's a small plot of land, but a lot of water. There's a lot of area I gave myself to work with because I plan to make the map enormous. So actually getting into it though, I'm gonna show you what I've gotten done so far for my characters. Also, this is good progress for like a month or so. A month or two? I've only been going at it for 4 days. What do you mean? This is only my 4th day animating this stuff. So anyways, as for my character, what we got. So we now have our ability to walk and run. And when you run, you introduce your charge fly with the trail, which I think looks cool on the feet. But that's going to be a part of like the training mechanic. So as far as that goes too, you also have the ability to jump. And yes, it has the DVD. And you also gotta fly. And you gotta double press to fly. So that will put you in fly mode. Your fly will automatically track to wherever the camera is facing, so you don't have to worry about any of that with it like being faced the wrong way. When you fly forward, wherever your camera's facing, it will go forward. We have animations to move forward that look better than the gimpy little, I'm a superhero. And then also on top of that, you also have key blasts. So we've added key blasts, and they work properly too. So they actually have a damage mechanic. And you also have charge fly. So like the same way you on ground can just, you know, run. Oh, by the way, we also added a landing sound. So now when you land each time, click, make the sound. Anyways, you'll see that you have a charge fly that makes you move faster than your normal fly, as well as with your key blast. And you can keep shooting them even while your charge fly. Now you'll notice that when your charge fly, when you have charge activated, and you change blast, will come out a different color. That's for a reason. I've set it up for future mechanics. So what that's going to be is, I'm going to make it so that when you are for a 4-day, yeah, no, definitely. But so like when you start off, when you just get into this game mode, like you hop in here, what's gonna happen is your base charge, like when you're base right now, I'd be considered in my base form. So in my base mode, your charge will be set to blue, similar to how you. So there'll be that same type of blue. And when you charge, it'll look like that too. It'll be that same type of blue on your charge, right? That's so that when you shoot your key blast in your base form, that they'll come out blue. The reason we made that like that, though, is for when you transform. Let's say you were to go to Super Saiyan. Let's act like my charge form as of right now is a Super Saiyan state. When you're in Super Saiyan, this charge form will be active at all times. That's why you hear the Super Saiyan sound, you know? So when you're active in this charge form at all times, your key blast will reflect that. When it's Super Saiyan, your aura obviously is going to be yellow, and so your key blast will reflect that, you know, yellow. Let's say for Broly, right? Let's do Broly for instance, right? So like I don't have the mechanics built in yet for transform, but I'm going to show you in an instance how that looks. Let's say for Broly I were to go ahead and transform into Legendary Super Saiyan, right? So I'm going to switch the color here, and we're going to go to green. So if I remember correctly, the color combination for green should be something like this. Nope, that's blue. Let's try. Still blue. Let's say for Broly, I were to. There we go. Now we got green. Into Legendary Super Saiyan, right? So I'm gonna switch the color. So you come into the game. You're fresh in here. Let's say you have Legendary Super Saiyan now. You've spent some time grinding. You get your Legendary Super Saiyan, or let's say Super Saiyan 3, because well, actually no, Legendary Super Saiyan would probably look pretty similar. Same with Berserk. So let's say you got your Legendary Super Saiyan. You're chill. Your aura will turn green too and follow you. Can you ping Disney because they need to see this? So yeah, your aura will follow you. Here, hold on, I got you. You get your Legendary Super Saiyan, or let's say Super Saiyan 3, because well, actually no, Legendary Super Saiyan would probably look pretty similar. Same with Berserk. So let's say you got your Legendary Super Saiyan. To chill. Drop your aura will turn green too and follow you. Can you ping Disney because they need to see this? There we go. So yeah, your aura will follow you. All right, so yeah, when you charge into your let's say you're a Super Saiyan at this point. When you're a Super Saiyan, you know you're running around. You're gonna have that little charge aura. It's gonna turn green with you. You fly too. I've coded it all so that they all synchronize together. And then mind you, since you're in your your Legendary Super Saiyan state, notice the key blast will also green. So yeah, it's gonna be I've coded it all so that they all synchronize together. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this back on where it was at, just so we can have it where it was at before. So let's set this back to 200 here, and then 255 here, bring this back to 0. That'll put us back at purple. And the reason why we're setting ourselves at purple is so we can check like that our aura is actually coming through. So I want to be able to make sure I know everything that's happening with my character, right? So give it a few seconds to load. That's where the shade comes in. You're going to actually see the aura now. Yeah. Alright. To add onto this, we can add extra things to make it more beautiful, and I did that. So on top of your your normal idle animation, you have your player key blast, idle, charge flash, level flash, but then also I've added one other thing. So let's say you were dropping from a high space. I didn't want it to sound lackluster and blank, so this is what we did. Now when you drop from a high space, it'll sound like this. And there you go. So now it's got a little bit more impact to it. You got a little bit more life. And also I made it so that even if it's a little bit behind it. Because before they weren't even coming over here. Now it's like there's a small gap of space where they're kind of just behind you. There you go. So now it's got a little bit more. Whereas before it was much worse. Yes, collision will be expected to happen later on. So, when you when these key blasts collide with the object, you hear how they're making sound. Well, what's going to happen later on is soon it's going to start chunking out pieces of this, but that's way later. I want to get the map at least fleshed out before we start doing something like that, right? So in this meantime, what we'll do is we're going to focus on combat now. So we got our key blast, we got our ability to run fast. Now we need combat. And then once we get combat, we can start focusing on transformations. Once we focus on transformations, then it's down to getting inputs for mobile and PC. And if you see at the bottom of my screen, we already have some inputs for mobile. You really could go all out with it if you wanted to. Anyways, let's go ahead and start with our combat system. I'm going to let you know now, chat, my friendly helper, the AI, has been insane in helping me code when I have problems of my own. I'm going to just stay quiet for a bit and listen. That's totally fine. So yeah, AI has been a real help in coding everything that I've been doing here. I don't want you to think that AI is doing everything here. It's not doing all of the heavy lifting, because realistically, AI has a lot of issues where it will mess up my code in place for what's the best logic. And I get that there's better logic, but I need specific logic for my things to work the way they need to. So I when it comes to better logic, that gets completely disregarded. I don't care if it's better, I care if it works the way I need it to, you know what I mean? So we're going to go through and we're going to start our combat mechanic system. I'm going to see if we already have a placeholder for it, because that usually makes these things a lot easier to do. And sometimes they come already completely set up. So let's see, Dragon Ball combat. See if they have a combat system. I care if it works the way I need it to, you know what I mean? So we're gonna go through. They have the father-son Kamehameha system, which that could be something we use later on. We do have the whole become a father specimen and all of that, so there is the logic for father-son Kamehameha, realistically. Alright, so, alright, chat, real quick, actually, this will give you the chance to say something if you want to here too, Riku. Give me an opinion. I need some help on some choices of where to go next. Should we, mind you, I want you to know right now, just because I say I'm going in one direction or the other doesn't mean it's going to look pretty when we start it. And I'm not going to add the animations, the nice flashy animations, until the very end of everything. So I want you guys to focus on which one I should pick out to just get the baseline, to get the, what's the word I'm looking for? To get the core aspects of it out. Which one should I focus on? Should I focus on combat mechanics, like the combos, or should I focus on transformations? Let me know. You let me know too, Riku. Feel free to answer. I want you guys to focus on which one I should pick out to just get the baseline, to get the what's the word I'm looking for? To get the core aspects of it out. I'm gonna wait a few seconds here for an answer, and then if we don't get one, we're just gonna move on to combos. If you guys want transformations, we can go ahead and do that. Realistically, it all needs to get done, so where we go from here, it doesn't really matter. let me know where your mind's at, chat. An answer, and then if we don't get one, we're just gonna move on to combos. If you guys want transformations, we can go ahead and do that. I'm also gonna ask Discord. So if you're on the Discord, by the way, feel free to check it out. Links in the description. You can check it out there if you want to. You can become part of our team if you want to help code this game or become part of that, or if you simply just want to see the process like how Raccoon is here. Yeah, you can feel free to join the Discord, and I'll send updates there as I've been doing consistently. So I'm gonna tag the two, and I'm gonna say, which should I go for next? You can check it out there if you want to. Combo mechanic. Team if you want to help code this game or become part of that, or if you simply just want to see the process like how Raccoon is here. Yeah, you can feel what's the other one we got here? Combo mechanics or... Hey, chill out. I'm gonna tag the two. Nothing's happening. Which should I go for next? Combo mechanics or... Combo mechanic? What's the other one? Transformation. What's the other one we got here? Combo mechanics or... Hey, chill out. This does not nothing's include flashy animations. Combo mechanics or... That will be a final... What's the other one? Step after everything is done. There we go. Now let's see. Does not include flashy animations. That will be a final step after everything is done. Let's see where chat's mind's at, everybody. I really hope this works, chat. Mind's at, everybody. Now, here's another question, too, chat. I've always been wondering. If we add a Zenny system... I really hope this works, chat. What should be the... purchases? Now, like, what should characters be allowed to unlock? If we add a Zenny system, we don't want to make the game solely based off of everything we've got in our Discord. We still want people that don't join the Discord to be able to enjoy the game. I just want to make it so that there's something on both ends. You know, you can enjoy both the Discord side of things and the actual side of it. So realistically, I'm gonna give the option up to the people. We don't want to make the game solely based off of everything we've got in our Discord. I do want to see though, real quick, what the game. I just want to make it so that there's something on both ends. You know, you can enjoy both. What the consensus is here. And the actual side of it. So realistically, I'm gonna give the option up to the people. If you have any input, feel free to add it now, Raccoon, if you'd like to see either animations or combat be taken to the next step. What the consensus is here. If you have any input, feel free to add it now, Raccoon, if you'd like to see either animations or combat be taken to the next step. Alright, I think from here, I'm just going to focus on the combat then. What button should we make that, though? Alright. Actually, before I even do that, alright, I think from here, I'm just going to focus on the... I need to make a lock-on system. What button should we make that, though? Alright. actually, before I even do that, I need to make a lock-on system. Put in starter player. We're gonna put this in starter player, starter character scripts, and then we're gonna go through and read what this does. So, function. Isn't art already my flag? Put in starter player. No, F is my fly code. So I'm gonna do R and see what that does. We have a humanoid, so we should be able to make this work. Oh, there we go. We got it, Chad. Now will my key blast fire on him? We would still need the lock on. Alright, so what we'll do is, now that we know that that works. Oh, there we go. We got it, Chad. Ooh, and we can change the icon for it. Alright, so I like this. I'm actually going to go ahead and do this. Check this out. So we'll grab all of this and we're going to tell AI that we have this, okay? So we're literally, that's all we're going to do. Now that we know that that works. AI. Make mental note of this script. Alright, so I like this. We're going to use it later to override key blast. So we're literally, that's all we're gonna do. Sure. AI. Make mental. Now I'm gonna tell it that one more time, but this time I'm gonna give it the actual script. So then we're gonna take this and feed it back to AI. So, yep, once again, we'll just use that same script and drop just like that. So he's gonna read it and tell me something. Let's see what bro says. So then we're gonna take this. Alright, he updated his memory with the script. He said, got it, made a mental note, provided lock-on script, and will later refer it when overriding key blast structure. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Alright. This is the script for key blast. What I want to do is override the ability to shoot key blast in the direction of my mouse / wherever clicked in favor of the lock-on system, so that whenever key blasts are shot, they are shot at the lock-on target. Bing! Alright, and so now we're gonna go grab our script and then we're gonna add that to that. So here we go. Let's go ahead and find this piece in our script. What we're looking for now is, we've already finished our sounds too, so we can put that away. What we're now looking for is our key blast script, which was probably going to be found in so now we're going to go grab our script and then we're going to add that starter pack. So yep. Here we go. Let's go ahead and script, this piece in our script. And then we're going to grab all of this. What we're looking for now. I also want to add a bit to this, because it has the tendency to destroy logic in place of adding new ones. Do other than the revisions asked of you, please do not change any part. Remove any part or anything of such nature. Yo, what's up? How's it going, Mr. Noob? Yeah, I'm making my whole own game right now. So what I'm doing right now is I'm giving. All right, so AI's been helping me, but like I've been telling everybody, I don't want y'all to get that the wrong way. AI isn't taking over and doing everything for me. It's just giving me a little bit of guidance in areas where I need it. Because realistically, AI screws up a lot and will take things. All right, so like let's say I ask it to teach or to tell my character to fly on toggle, right? AI will instead tell me that your logic is trash. I'm gonna rewrite it in favor of what's better, and what's better isn't always what works for my character in the way that I need it to for this game. So realistically, it gives me a push in the right direction, but it's not exactly the greatest help all the time. So what I'm doing right now is I'm about to feed it a script. I told it to keep in mind that I just added a lock-on system to the game. We just got that in there. So what we're gonna try and do now is make sure that the key blast will shoot specifically to the lock-on system rather than to wherever my mouse points. I want it to override that, so when lock-on's on, it does that, and when it's off, it doesn't. So we're going to try and see. Other than the revisions asked of you, please do not change any part, remove any part, or anything of such nature. And add the entire script when providing your implementations. And then we'll post the script. So now he's going to go ahead and feed us back another version of it. That's basically exactly what we need. To modify your existing script to key blast, to shoot key blast towards the locked on target instead of mouse cursor, we'll need to integrate the lock on target location into the existing logic where the direction of the blast is calculated. Here's the implementation without necessary changes. Following adjustments have been made. So they added logic to get the locked on target's position, use that as a direction for the key blast, overriding the mouse position logic, and then retain the rest of the script intact as per request. So we're going to go ahead and now copy this. We're going to take it and shoot it over to our other one. Let's go ahead and shoot it over to this script. Play this and see if it works. Oh, we have issue. I could already tell you we have issues, so we're going to go back. We're going to go back and try this again. So, yeah, it ends right there. That's not good. We're going to, yeah, reset it to the last position and then post that, the finished version. So now with this, it should do what we need it to. So if it kept the old script as usual, if I just shoot. Oh, it's breaking key logic, or it's breaking my logic, so I don't like that. Target lock-on still works. Yeah, it broke it. It does not register my key blast. Alright, so yeah, this is why I tell you AI isn't always the best help with this stuff. So now we're going to have to feed it to it a bit differently. Make sure that our key blast logic works. This is the trial and error that I've been through constantly. So I'm going to show you what I have, like you're going to see as we go through. The ability to fly, you can charge fly, you have a drop. You want to get the full ability of that drop sound, so I'm going to drop from a far height. I'm going to go all the way up. Also, we've added key blast. Focus too hard on that right now, but yeah, no, what we're doing is what we're trying to get is the lock-on system. Shoot my key blast in the same direction. So you'll notice if I lock onto the character. Whoa, what a wiggy little lock-on system. Focus too hard on that right now, but yeah, no, what we're not letting me lock on now. What we're trying to get is the lock-on system. Did I? Oh, no, I did not remove my lock-on logic, but so you'll notice if I lock on. Seems a little finicky. I'm gonna have to test that out too and give it some better, some better stuff. on top of the. There we go. Now we've got him locked on. So if that's how we get him locked, that's a little. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that. But my key blasts don't shoot directly at him. I want to get what I'm trying to get at least is I shoot. So you'll see he takes damage from it. There we go. Now that's how we get him locked. That's a little. Yeah. But I want it to shoot directly at him every time without me having to. Imagine when you're actually playing online. Somebody's gonna be like flying away from you. You know, they're gonna be all out in the air, going crazy, shooting key blasts. And here you are. You're gonna be moving too. You're gonna have to shoot key blasts. And you know, that's gonna be a lot. The fact that it stays locked far away is nice, which is something we would want. I don't want it to break its locked on logic. I do want to make it so that a cursor is big enough to see though. It seems that the lock-on logic does get broken after too far away, and then can destabilize itself. Interesting. Far away is nice, which is something we would want. I don't want it to break. So I need to fix the lock-on logic a bit, as well. I want to make it so that a cursor find a way to make it so that I will always aim at him when I'm locked on. I don't mind it when I'm not locked on, because no lock on doesn't look that bad, but it looks god awful when we do it without it, because I don't think that fast flying was a bad choice with this. That might being too much of a problem for anything other than like mobile, or actually for anything other than console players, which is why I want to get that lock-on system to work the way we intend it to. So I'm going to go ahead and stop that as it is. I don't want to keep messing with it. What we're going to do instead is we're going to tell the system that they screwed up. So your logic. Problem for anything other than like mobile, actually for I don't want to yell at it. It'll start giving me bad code on purpose. So your logic. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop that as it is. I don't want to broke the ability to shoot key blasts. Tell the system that they screwed up. So I still would like the. I don't want to yell at it. It'll start giving me bad code on purpose. So your logic script intact. Broke the ability I would only like additions to the already existing script that will add the ability to override, not stop, but yes, override key blast to only strike the locked on target when not locked on. It override key blast behavior could work how it always has in the past. Let's try that. That's a lot. We've just asked a lot of it. Check to see if the player is locked onto a target. If so, Key Blast will fire towards the locked on target. If no lock is active, it behaves as it did before, shoots in the direction of left. Addition only affects the logic of the Key Blast firing direction. Everything else remains. Alright, so we're going to have to grab it when it finishes. Now's a good time to let you know to drink some water, chat. Water's the most important thing you could ever have in this world. Can't go without it. And I cannot code without it, because good lord, I would die. Now anyways, we're going to shoot this thing back off to the side. Pop open our script. Pop. And we'll check. Now's a good time to let you know to drink some water, chat. Does it at least allow the Key Blast logic to work as... No. That's a no. It does not. You cannot fire as usual either. Doesn't disrupt the lock on. So when locked on, still can't fire Key Blast. No. That's a no. It does not. You cannot fire as usual either. Oh, let's see. Doesn't disrupt the lock on. Failing to send. So when locked on. Let's just bring it up to the screen. I don't know if you're failing to send the code in its entirety, or if there is conflict between and adding to send the code but in its entirety, regardless if locked on or not, Key Blasts are not working with this script. Let's see. Complete and properly integrate. Double check the logic to ensure there's no conflict that prevents Key Blast from firing. Keeping everything intact and just adding the lock-on functionality. Let's see. I hope it works, chat. I hope it works. Let's see. Gotta wait for this code to drop. Imagine typing this much code in seconds. Just bam, 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 bam. Non-stop. Alright. Let's go ahead and try this. Good lord, I hope this works. Alright, let's see. I'm already not firing Key Blast. That's not a good sign. Nope. Nope. And will it work if I'm locked on? But we gotta check. Alright. Let's go ahead. Nope. Try this. That's a dud. I want to at least get it to like lock on, because I'm not good with these event sequences. That's where I mess up the most. That's not a good sign. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna ask AI to see where we're at. Let's see if he's possibly forgotten. Nope. Do you know the sequence I want to at least get it to like lock on, because I'm not good with these event sequences. That's where I mess up the most. Targets. I sent you the script a while ago let's see if he's possibly forgotten. Memorize. Do you know the sequence I used? Alright, so it's remembering that with the billboard GUI, which is my target essentially. Red image label, exactly. Target, if the target's humanoid dies or the player dies, the lock is cleared. Okay. Press R key. If R key is pressed again, the lock is cleared. Lock checks if the target's humanoid is still alive. Which is the target essentially. Red image label, exactly. Target, if the target's humanoid dies or the player dies, the lock is cleared. press R key. R key pressed again. Lock is cleared. Alright, so let's see. Target humanoid is still alive. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Lock on is triggered first from the R key. Alright, if the target's humanoid dies, play it. Alright, so it remembers the lock on sequence. Perfect. So, the problem is, lock on works properly. But the code, the script you last gave me is not working properly. So it keeps breaking the logic for key blasts entirely. Is it possible to... Hold on, let's check if this state still works. I want to get the last working state for key blast before we go ahead and move on. Is it possible to create to make this script to make this script so that key blasts follow the lock on target when locked on, rather than follow my mouse / wherever click. Also make the script so that key blast follow the locked on target whenever locked on, rather than follow my mouse whenever click. When and only when locked on, rather than follow my mouse whenever clicked. Also make the script so that key blast follow the locked on target whenever locked on, rather than follow my mouse without destroying, replacing, but only adding to the existing code. Alright, and then from here is where we'd place our script. So go ahead and grab this guy. And we know this script works, so we'll take this and just kerplunk and send. And let's see what we get. Alright, let's see. Got it. Here's an upgraded version of your script where key blast will only fire on the locked on target when a target is locked on. Otherwise, it behaves as normally would, firing in the direction of the mouse or wherever clicked. I'll only add necessary lines to implement this behavior. We'll leave the rest of your script intact. Alright, changes will be made to check if the player is locked onto a target and fire the key blast towards the locked on target if a target is locked. Alright. Sounds about right. Firing in the direction of the mouse or wherever clicked. I'll only add necessary lines to implement this behavior. We'll leave the rest of your okay, so he's fed my script entirely. Now we're gonna go ahead and kerplunk right there. It should work. It broke my key blast logic again. Sounds about right. Would you look at that? It did. I should be able to fire key blast. And I cannot. This is the trial and error I'm telling you all about. Crazy. They're gonna say, I should be able to. I cannot. Alright, so now we need to get our key blast working again. That's a problem. They're gonna say, so we'll go ahead and reset it back to here. Pop open the AI again. Alright, nope. So now we need to get once again, breaking the logic of key blast, not allowing me to fire them at all. So we'll go ahead and reset it back to here. Pop open the AI. And so now I'm gonna have to start reading what it's doing. Here we go. I hate when I have to do this. Nope. Exact approach that keeps your key blast functionality intact will only add the logic for firing key blast to the lock target when locked on. If no lock is active, it should continue using the mouse position as the firing direction. An updated version of it. Alright, so now we gotta actually read it. It's reading for the remote event that actually fires the key blast, which is good. Okay, waits for humanoid. Finds my humanoid and then activates the animator so that I can play these local animations. This is for my right and left arm. So my right arm will shoot, left arm will shoot, and it toggles between the two on the ends. Yep, you see the local end. So it toggles it on the 1 and 2. So it'll go like fire, 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 fire. If I change that to 2, it'd be like fire, 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 fire. Yeah, so on, so on. Anyways, like down here we got our key blast animations for state-based behavior. In the state of me moving on the ground, I shoot key blasts and move through this animation. If I'm flying while idle, I shoot this animation out while I'm shooting key blasts. And if I'm moving while I'm flying, I play this animation. Right? So you'll see that like when I activate the fire, fire, fire out of, like with my key blast, these certain sequences are active. Well, they become active. Like F key is how I activate the key blast. Attacking is the sequence for damage that goes on. Current animation is, well, yeah, like the current animation that's playing. And then these are state animations for like the certain states that I'll be in when these go off. So anyways, function to get your target's position. So this is for the locked target sequence that they've just added now. So it's looking for the locked target sequence. Current animation is, well, yeah, like the current animation that's playing, and then these are state animations for like the certain states that I'll be in when these go off. So anyways, function to get your target's position. So this is for the locked target sequence that they've just added. This function checks to see if a target is locked. If locked, returns to the position of the Now let's see if it's actually checking to see if it's locking on a target though. Because it could be saying that and just not doing it. This function checks to see Bro said transformations. They're not gonna be flashy. Now let's see if it's actually checking to see if it's locking on a target. That's like the last thing I'm doing. It could be saying that and just not doing it. The point right now is to just make things work. Bro said transformations. They're not gonna be flashy. That's like the last thing I'm doing. Point right now is to just I don't really care if it's not flashy. Alright, well, yep, that goes and solves that, but I'm not going to go ahead and not make them flashy, so alright, now let's check to make sure, once again, alright, local function, get target position, if locked, and lock target. Now let's check on my end to make sure that lock target actually activates something, because that might not be a thing. Alright, well, yep, that goes and solves that, but I'm not going to go ahead and not make them flashy, so alright, target position. Alright, so it's actually reading for that. Local function, get target position, if locked, and lock target. Now let's check on my end to make sure that lock target actually activates something, because that might not be a thing. Max distance. Target position. Alright, so it's actually reading for that. We'll go about 25 for that. That seemed a little too far. 30. But as far as this goes, also I would like that to be tab. We'll go about 25 for that. That seemed a little too far. 30. Yeah. And now we'll read for R in case there's any other thing that's just pulling on R. But as far as this goes, also I would like. Well, I guess I should be more specific, so we'll just. Yeah. Alright, so nothing else pulls on R. That's perfect. So then if that's working the way that that should, it's going to play on tab now. But I'm still needing to see where locked target is. I guess I should be more specific, so we'll just... Input begin, connect function, chatting, return. Alright, so nothing else pulls on R. If not locked, then... So then if that's working the way that that should, it's going to play on tab target now. Parent, target. But I'm still needing to see let's see. Locked target is. Target parent. Input begin, connect function, chatting, if not locked. Are you using logic that comes from my lock on switch? Alright. From the lock on script, lock is active, you need target lock position performance. Alright, let's see. Let's see if it works, chat. Let's hope and pray. See, my trust is going down. Alright, hopefully this should work. If I fire the key blast, it should activate. Okay, that's progress right here. So we're firing key blasts even when it's active. So now we'll lock onto a target. We gotta fix the lock on too, by the way, chat. So don't mind that right now. All right, hopefully this should work. If I fire the key blast. Oh shoot, does it not work on tab? Okay, that's progress right here. I don't think it's gonna work on tab. So we're firing key blasts. That's a bummer. So we'll go ahead and put it back on R and then try again. We gotta fix the lock on too, by the way, chat. So don't mind that right now. All right. Oh shoot, does it not work on tab? Don't know if I necessarily like it on R. Whatever though. Can I still fire? Still fire key blast, chat. That's good. That's good. So we'll go ahead and put it back on R and then try again. Now. There we go. Oh, I had it for a second. There we go. Moment of truth. It's still not locking up. It's still not focusing. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, I had it for a second. There we go. Moment of truth. I'm gonna check this in with the with the AI and see what it has to say about that. Okay. Aha. So I can fire key blast now with this script while locked on. I'm gonna check this in with the but it focuses on firing key blast to the so I can fire mouse's current position / wherever flip. Locked on, but it focuses on fire key blast with issues. Now they still target the mouse's position even when you're locked onto the target rather than firing at the locked target. Focus on making sure that when you're locked onto a target, the key blast always targets that locked on target instead of just the mouse position. Oh shoot! Oh, stretching is good, chat. I will adjust the script to make sure that when you're locked onto a target, the key blast fires toward the locked target, not when locked. Behaves usual. Alright. It's like a whole mouthful they had typed for me, but whatever. So they just finished their script. Let's go ahead and copy and paste. Let's see what we got. I will adjust the script to make sure that when you're key blast fires. Alright. Key blast still works. That's a good thing. It's like a whole mouthful they had typed for me, but whatever. Now I need to lock on to Buddy. They just finished their script. Let's go ahead and copy and paste. Let's see what we got. If only I just, like, yeah, I need to fix that lock on. Alright. Blast still works. That's a good thing. Now I need to lock on to Buddy. God, this lock on needs to get fixed ASAP. Worst lock-on system known to man, I'm not even gonna lie. This is gonna have to get edited. Come on. Come on. Lock on. Did I break the lock-on system, chat? Instead of breaking key blast, did I break my ability to lock on? Worst lock-on system known to man, I'm not even gonna lie. This is gonna have to get edited. I think I did. Come on. Yeah, because I should have been able to lock on at least by now. I've tried like every variety of like invading this bro's personal space to get a lock on. Instead of breaking key blast, did I break my ability to lock on? Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I just broke the ability to lock on. I think like I did. 99% sure. Alright, so yeah, it was pretty jank anyway, so we're just gonna go ahead and have to tell it, yeah, you just fucked up. Invading this bro's personal space to get or maybe I did. Yeah, I think whoopsie, I'm chat. Pretty sure whoopsie. I broke the ability to lock. So that's still have the old logic in it. It was pretty jank anyway, so we're just gonna go ahead and have to tell it, yeah, you just fucked up. God, this lock on just sucks in, so maybe I did. Now we're gonna have to incorporate that to our new logic. Select all, perplunk. Let's try this. God, this lock on. Can I still fire a key blast? No. I know I cannot. Can I fire them when locked on? Now we're gonna have to incorporate that to our new logic. No, I cannot. Let's try this. That is an L of a script. Can I still fire key blast? No, I cannot. Can I fire them when locked on? Alright, so, yep, we're gonna have to yell at AI again. AI, you did not make this right. So, we'll basically tell it, no, it didn't work. L of a script. Didn't work. Broke my ability to shoot key blast again. Alright, so, yep, we're gonna have to yell at AI again. AI, you did not make this right. So, let's see. We'll basically tell it, no, it didn't work. Didn't work. We need to make sure the firing behavior works smoothly before locked on scenario and default mouse click firing while preserving the rest of your script. Alright, if locked, we'll target the key blast, or we'll direct the key blast to the locked target. If not, we'll use the mouse position for firing the key blast. Okay, I'll focus on adjusting the firing logic, but leave the rest of the script intact. We need to make sure the firing behavior works smoothly before locked on scenario and default mouse click. And bro is just chugging. Alright. There we go. So now we're gonna take that and paste. And let's hope it doesn't break everything. Alright, let's see. It once again broke everything. I cannot shoot key blasts in normal instances, so I likely won't be able to, yep, during this time. Making that an L of a script once again. It same issue. We'll just have it repeat itself. Basically, just tell it, yep, same thing. You didn't fix anything. Thank you for your patience. Issue seems to be built around the logic for calculating where the key blast is fired. The critical change I'm going to focus on is making sure that fire server call only passes the appropriate direction for the key blast. Whether the player is locked on target or firing freely. Patience. Issue seems to be built around. I just want to say you promised all of these. The critical change I'm going to focus on is making sure that fire server only passes the appropriate direction for the key blast. Whether the player is locked on target or firing. You realize you won't have every move, right? I just want to say you promised all of these. Okay. You realize you won't have every move, right? All right, there we go. Enough of that. So I have somebody in the chat misreading basically what I posted a long time ago. I posted about a month ago now. Something about along the lines of like what we were gonna do for our combat archetypes in each one of the different types that there are. So like basically as the game gets more fleshed out, I want to add different archetypes so that like as you keep leveling up, you get skills, and your skills are based on whichever roles you have. So let's say you wanted to be combat oriented, right? That would be more like Videl type skill sets, Goku types, Vegeta, Vegetos, Android 18 or Android 19s I meant, Android 20, 16, 17, 18, Saiyan, Yamcha, Roshi, Z Broly, Cyberman, Tarble, Bardock, Trunks, Goku Black, Beerus, Jiren, Kale, Kaba, Despo, basically all of that, like, you know? That would be more like Videl type skill sets, Goku types, Vegeta, Vegetos, Android 18, or Android 19s I meant, Android 20, 16, 17, 18, Saiyan, yeah. Yamcha, ranged Roshi, characters. Broly, Cyberman, Tarble, Bardock, Trunks, Goku Black. Bro said these characters, yes, ranged characters. Like what? That's what it was about. Not to mention, it's very unlikely. Ranged characters. It's very unlikely. Since I see most only have a limited amount of assets that I'd be able to put moves from every single char named here in the game. It's very unlikely. I'd certainly try though. Since I see most only have a limited. Not so much. It's very unlikely I'd see most of the have that I'd be able to put moves from. So I see most of them. I'd be able to put do remember. I'd certainly try though. You're only limited. I do remember, regardless of your device, you're limited to only 9 moves. Do remember, you're only limited. I do remember, regardless of your device, you're limited to only 9 moves. There we go. Alright, so in case y'all didn't know what I just typed in the Discord, I was saying it's very unlikely that since we see most that it'd be very unlikely since most that I see on these DBZ games have very limited assets that I'd be able to put all the moves from every single character that I named in the game. It's just not very likely. But that I'd be able to move, put moves from every single character here. The other one was that regardless of your device, you're only limited to 9 moves. But since I'm trying to make it a competitive team-based combat game, I may limit it to 4 moves. Why I want to do that is because, like, well, you're in a team-based archetype. I want it to feel more Budokai-like. I don't want you having 9 moves because realistically, for hybrid characters, that's a lot of coverage. I want it to be decisive. Like, if you have 9 moves as a hybrid character, you're gonna do pretty well on healing or combat. You know, I just don't want that. I want you to have 4 moves, so you're really thinking about, dang, do I want to attack hard, or do I want to actually be able to heal myself, or play ranged, or this or that. There's many different archetypes, so it depends on however you want to play. To be decisive, like if you have 9 moves as a hybrid character, you're gonna do pretty well on healing or combat. I just don't want that. I want you to have 4 moves, so you're really thinking about, dang. So let's see. I said same issue. Actually be able to heal myself, or play ranged, or this or that. We're gonna try the same script again and see if we get anything from it. So let's go ahead and put this in the back. We'll go ahead and paste it. And now if we can get something from this, then we should be able to fire our keypads. And still no ability to fire, unfortunately. We're going to try the same script again and see if we get anything from it. Lock-ons work, still can't fire while locked on. So this script is a dud. If we can get something from this, then we should be able to fire. Send it right back. And then what we'll do is we'll go back to this right here. And we'll ask it again. And we'll tell it again, same issue. Lock-ons work, still can't fire while locked on. So this script is a dud. Send it right back. Try to find a workaround is what I'm going to tell it this time now. This right here. And we'll ask it again. And we'll tell it again. What did you get? What is that? Aw? What is that? Aw? Can you give me a Peppy then? Try to find a workaround is what I'm going to tell it this time now. I get an aw? Alright, cool. Not gonna lie, we're gonna have to do many tournaments in the game when it releases. I know Bruv is going to be one of the greatest, but I'm chronically on Roblox, so I'd win maybe. Well, it wouldn't be the same field. Well, it wouldn't be like BBL, to be honest. So you def have a better chance. Not gonna lie, we're gonna have to do many tournaments in the game when it releases. I'll save those. Yeah, I know, I'm saving. Well, it wouldn't be the same field. Well, I hope you didn't go balling out though. They're still left? Alright, cool. Just making sure. Alright, so they said they created a workaround script. I'll save those. I understand the frustration. Since direct approach hasn't worked so far, let's try a different way of handling the firing logic for key blast. It will simplify the solution and ensure it works both for lockdown and free mouse targeting scenarios. I'll try to work with a completely separate mechanism that doesn't rely on complicated raycasting or lock-on integration. Alright, so let's see. This might work better, so we'll try this. Feed the one that we have, we'll paste it right here, and then we'll try and... Exactly my point. So yeah, just depends on if you're a grinder. I do plan to make 0.1% drop items like Gogeta moves and so I'm not reducing the impact of a Gogeta move or a Vegeta move. I'm not gonna lie, fusions are still gonna hit hard, but you're gonna have to grind your ass off to get something like fusions. Alright, let's see. You want to see what I've gotten so far, babe? It'll only take a second. I don't got a lot. You got all the cold stuff put away? Alright, check this out. So my lock-on system is a little bugged right now. I'm going to show you that first just because that's what I'm currently working on. I've gotten the lock-on system to work, it just doesn't work well. So you'll notice that I have to lock onto them weird. And then on top of that, so I'm gonna unlock. I'm gonna just show you what I got. So we got our jump with the. You see how I touch down, I make sound too, and when I fall from really high heights, I make sound too. I got my charge fly to work. I got my key blast to work, and the animations to work. Remember, I was looking janky before. Did you ever see my walk animation while key blasting?
I don't think so.
All right, I'm gonna show you that real quick. It was really bad. Look right here. So here's the side screen. By the way, if y'all want to see it, check out the Discord links in the description. That's your only way you're going to be able to see this. So yeah, that's like my fly. This is how it all looked before I added it. You'll see that it looks a little funky sometimes. Hold on. It'll get like weirder now. So this was actually not that bad as far as things go. So here's the side screen. By the way, if y'all want to see it, check out the Discord. I was doing this for a little bit of too long. I don't know why. I was looking for like shade on it. Hold on. Alright, so I show you that's how it looks like when I'm flying and moving, right? And so I'm gonna stop soon, I believe. This is flying and idle. Looks not that bad, right? Now, I'm gonna drop down. This is flying while moving. Or this is flying while idle. Or this is idle while key blasting, I mean, sorry. And then this is key blasting while moving.
Oh!
Yeah. So you'll see it wasn't good back then, right?
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna show you the updated version of everything, because I changed a lot. So you got your normal movement, you got your super movement,
Okay.
you got fly, you got super fly, and it looks better too for the character. So like you fly like this instead of like Superman. Now on top of that, we've added the drop down sound. So let's say I go really high and I fall from a really high height, right? You'll sound like this. Because I changed a lot. So you got
Okay.
and then let's see, like you're shooting key blast now. Now, as for like shooting it normally, this is how you would look. So now, on top of that, when you move and shoot key blasts, this is how it will look. Better animation, right? And then also, when you are, what's it called? So when you're idle and flying, this is how it looks. And then when you are moving and flying, this is how it looks. Better? And then on top of that, we've also added a thing so that later on, when I add like transformations, like let's say this is like Super Saiyan, right? So when you're in Super Saiyan state, you're blue. When you're in base state, this will turn blue if you ever use your charge, right? The same blue. But like, let's say you're in your Super Saiyan state, this is like it'll match the same color. And my trail does the same thing too. So it'll match blue when it's already inside, but I haven't configured a base state Super Saiyan or any of that yet. When you're in base state, this will turn blue if you ever use your charge, right? The same blue. Yeah. So like, let's say you're in your Super Saiyan state. A lot more work. This is like, it'll match the same color. And my trail does the same thing too. So it'll match blue. So once I get the lock-on system to work for the Ki Blast, I can get combat in and finally get transformations. I should be ready to start like a private test. Yeah. You hear me? So now we need to focus on getting that to work. So let's go back to our guy. I know exactly where he is at this point. Yep. You think he's like, look, I built this map. I've memorized it like the back of my hand at this point. So we'll find this guy. Grab him. You hear me? Problem. We don't want that. So we'll go back to our main script. Back to. Let's go back to this guy. I know exactly where he is at this point. Yep. Who created a workaround for us. So we're gonna try the workaround now. So we'll find this guy. Grab him. We don't want that. Go back to our main script. Back to this guy. Who created a workaround for us. So maybe there's something wrong. Alright, Mr. Noob. Maybe there's something wrong with the way you're handling Ki Blast functions. Maybe try shooting, maybe try something like this. No. Maybe try something else, I'd rather say. Because I don't want it to try exactly what I have. Ki Blast functions. This was the closest I've gotten to shooting Ki Blast in the way that I specified. Maybe try something else, I'd rather say. I wanted, but it's still not correct. This was I can shoot Ki Blasts while locked on, but I don't shoot them at the locked target. But it's still not correct. And then we'll post that script for plat. Your move, AI. I see. So the issue you're facing is Ki Blast isn't firing at the locked target when you press the key while locked on. Alright. Seems like the locked variable is correctly tracking whether or not you're locked onto the target, but the locked target may not be correctly set or updated when you lock onto a new target. For plat. Your move, AI. I see. So the issue you're facing is Ki Blast isn't firing at the locked target when you press the key while locked on. We should ensure that the target is being assigned properly, and that when firing we use lock target position if locked. Ensure lock target is properly assigned when locking onto a target. Fix the location or fix the logic and get target position function to make sure that we get the right position for the target when whether locked or not. Also make sure we only fire the Ki Blast towards the locked target position if valid. So we'll go ahead and copy that logic, and then we'll paste it right here. Fix the logic and get target position function to make sure that we get the position for the target when. Okay, so that's a start. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Position if valid. Moving up the mouse direction. Now let's lock onto this target. There we go. We're locked on. Mouse is. That's a good thing, Pat. That's a good thing. Maybe we're going about it the wrong way, chat. Now let's lock onto this target. There we go, we're locked on. I think we're going about it the wrong way. What if we make it so that... Yeah, what if we make it so that the mouse stays locked too? Maybe we're going about it the wrong way, chat. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Let's try that. I think we're going about it the wrong way. What if we make it so that... Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, what if we make it so that the mouse stays locked too? Select all, and then we're gonna ask the AI. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Let's try that. Here's the script I'd like you to work on. Instead of trying the way we have been, instead, I got a new idea. And then we're gonna ask the AI. How about we lock the mouse's position to the target instead of trying the when there's a target locked on. Instead, I got a new idea. This should work. How about we lock the mouse's... Oh shoot, I forgot to give it the script to work on next. To the target. So there, that's the script to work on next. And then now we gotta paste our words. There's a target locked on. This should work. Okay. See that you're locking on a target using R key, and you also have a billboard GUI showing the locked target. Now you want to lock the mouse position to the target's position when the target is locked, so the player will always fire at the locked target even when the mouse moves. All right. Target using R key, and you also have a billboard GUI showing the locked target. Now you want to lock the mouse position to the target's position when the target is locked. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe it'd be better to work on it and with the actual script that it's attached to. So I'm gonna re-say that again. All right. What about eat, drink, and be merry? That sounds like doing a lot. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe it'd be better to work so if you let your if you let your people know that it will be dry. So I'm assuming you're gonna let them find out when they get there. That sounds like doing a lot. Here. Oh, you put it on the invitation. You're evil. So if you let your you knew who you were talking to with that one. People know that it will be dry. You knew who you were talking to with that one. So I'm assuming you're gonna let them find out when they get there. Oh, but that's the thing. They're gonna know who they're talking to with that one too, and they're probably still gonna say that. Like, come on, you deal with people at work who are that dumb and do that shit. You knew who you were talking to with that one. You knew who you were talking to with that one. I know they act like NPCs, but they don't just spawn out of nowhere. Oh, but that's the thing. They're gonna know who they're talking to with that one too, and there's probably still only you. Like, come on, you deal with people at work who are that dumb and do that shit. Oh no. All right, let's see if I lock onto the target when I have. I know they act like NPCs, but they don't just spawn out of nowhere. There we go. That didn't work. What did I ask the AI to do? I got sidetracked. Alright, let's see if I lock onto the target when I have... Alright. Locking onto... There we go. Yeah, sure. The target is locked. Let's set the mouse position to the target position. I got sidetracked.
Holding, but now it will happen while holding out. Locking it. Yeah, sure. That's what he's already seen. The target is already listed in the mouse position.
Let's try that again and see if that works. I'm gonna see if there was something wrong there. Come on. Let's try that again and see if that works. I'm gonna
Come
see if
on.
there's something wrong there.
Lock on.
I had it for a second there. There we go. Okay, so it doesn't work when like that.
What the hell is this?
Okay, so that image gotta go. Wherever the hell that would go. Chad, I just got trolled. Whatever the that was. Alright, anyways.
Locking logic to set lock target.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to tell it. It didn't work. Alright.
When locked on, my mouse was still free roaming, allowing me to shoot away from the target while
There we go.
was still free roaming. Achieve the effect where the mouse is knocked into the target position when the target is locked. We need to ensure the mouse's position is controlled directly by the target's position during the lock. The key issue seems to be that the mouse position was not fully constrained or updated as expected. We'll correct this issue by making sure that the mouse position updates continuously to the target's position, and the mouse is effectively locked on the target's position when the target is locked. Use user input service to constrain the mouse position, and we'll use user input service to lock the mouse's position onto the target. Force the mouse position to match the target's position by setting the mouse hit to the target's humanoid root part position. Update mouse position continuously while the target is locked. Oh shoot, I turned on voice mode. I don't want the AI creatures to hear me. Alright, let's see. I need to do something. That's where this all matters. And I'm still like I need to do something.
No like, you go away. Go away.
That's where this all matters. And I'm still like
Well, it's annoying. No like, and you go away. Go away. Well, it's annoying.
Yep, damn right. I will damn right be the one to kill the energy in the air. You want to be toxic to me and think I won't back? Mm-mm-mm. Not I. Yep, damn right. Alright, let's see. Kill the energy in the air. You want to be toxic to me and think I won't back? Alright, to mouse target. Now continuous editing. Yeah, that did not work. The mouse is still free roaming. You can simulate the desired effect by using an alternative method. Instead of trying to directly lock the mouse position, which is not, we can modify the behavior of your shooting system to always fire towards the locked target's position when it's locked on. This way, player will visually see the targeting mechanic as if the mouse was locked on. So I guess I can't do it in the way that I wanted to, which is mega unfortunate, but we can try something like it. Putting me back in the same behavior that I was trying to get out of it last time. Camera will now adjust itself. Mouse cursor itself won't be locked. Putting me back in the same behavior that I was trying to get out of it last time. Camera will now adjust itself. Mouse cursor itself won't be locked. And now I've lost my ability to fire altogether. Oh man, this is the trial and error that I've been dealing with for so long now. Obviously it hasn't been just like cake all the way through. There's definitely been issues with doing this, but when one thing fixes, another thing breaks, huh? Another problem we might have to fix real quick. Running while shooting key blasts. That might be another problem we might have to fix real quick. Running while shooting key blasts. Where is the one we have? Yeah, no, this is the one we have. Alright, we're gonna change that real quick. Since it'll be a quick, easy fix. Please make it so that when I'm on the ground and shooting key blast while moving, the animation we're gonna change that plays. It'll be a quick, easy fix. Please make it so that when I'm on the ground fast enough to match fast enough to match the charge fly speed, we'll say. Whew, speaking of hunger. Good lord. My survival mechanics are playing right now. Fast enough to match the charge fly speed.
You know what? Screw it. We'll eat the speaking of hunger, we'll eat the sour chip, the spicy chip pepper. My survival mechanics are playing right now. You know what? Screw it. We'll eat the Thank you. We'll eat the sour chip, the spicy chip pepper. All right. I need to replenish, chat. This is killing me. Thank you. Oh. Alright. I need to replenish, chat. This is killing me. Oh. Y'all came back to me eating my face out right now. Sorry, give me a second. This scripting is killing me over here. Y'all came back to me eating my face out right now. Sorry, give me a I'm about to really expire with this one here, chat. This scripting is killing me over here. I'm eating hot chip and drinking pop. You said what? I'm about to really expire with this one here, chat. Okay. I'm eating hot chip and drinking pop. I'm just gonna go ahead and plop that in there and see if it works now. Hopefully it didn't change any logic that I already have. Okay. Alright. Alright, hold up. Let's see. It's really all on that one. Let's see. It's really all on that one. I'm looking for the variable where they talked about increasing its animation speed. Alright, let's see what they said. I'm looking for the variable where they animation. Alright. Increasing its animation speed. Speed which animation plays is now based on the player's current movement speed. Where movement speed is the factor you can adjust to change how fast the animation should play relative to the player's speed. This value is passed to the adjust speed. Thank you.
In a kiss. I love you.
This value is. I love you too. Damn it. this has to be adjusted. Thank you. This value, I love you too. Damn it.
Good lord, chat. This cheese is a little cheesy.
We'll just even the odds with hot.
Uh-huh. Good lord, chat. This cheese is a little cheesy.
We'll just even the odds.
It would be better with hot sauce, though. Uh-huh. It would be
Regular.
better with hot sauce, though.
You're nasty. No, no. If you want to judge me, just find a hole and jump off of it.
I love you, but I hate your taste buds.
Love me and my taste buds equally. My taste buds love you. No, no. If you want to judge me, just find a hole and jump off of it. We created lines of hot sauce
I
in
love
our
you, but I
nachos
hate your
chat.
taste buds.
I guarantee you,
Love me and
anybody with any bit of Hispanic descent would instantly disapprove of what I'm doing right now.
My
Do
taste
I
buds
care?
love
No.
you.
Not in the slightest. Oh god, here we go. I guarantee you, anybody with any bit of Hispanic descent would instantly disapprove of what I'm doing right now.
It needed the hot sauce, I'm telling you.
Do I care? No. Not in the slightest.
That cheese was just too damn cheesy.
Oh god, here we go.
A little bit of hot sauce fixes everything, I swear. Could never go wrong with a little bit of hot sauce. That cheese was just too damn cheesy. Even though when I say a little bit, I typically pour about a half pint of hot sauce myself. A little bit of hot sauce fixes everything, I swear. Could never go wrong with a little bit of hot sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Even though when I say a little bit, I typically pour about a half pint. We listen and we don't judge, chat, okay? Oh my god. That was so good, I need to go back in for another one.
Oh my god. There we go.
Oh my god. That was so good, I need to go back in for another one.
Oh my god.
Mm. Ah, so good, chat. Alright, that's about all that. I'm gonna eat of that right now. Ah, so good, chat. I'm probably gonna die early with the way I eat, chat. It's okay.
All right, give me like, I don't know, a whole minute, a whole actual minute to go pee. I'll be back. Y'all probably didn't need to know all that, but all right, I am back. Ah. Now what we need to do. We need to fix this movement speed. Alright. Alright. I am back. Ah. We use this to dynamically change the speed. Now what we need to do. The animation speed is calculated by our... We need to fix this movement speed. Calculated 1 plus. You can adjust the if you need the animation to play faster or slower based on movement speed. We use this to dynamically change the speed. Let's try like 150. The animation speed is calculated by our... It's called movement speed slash 100. Calculated 1 plus. You can adjust the if you need the animation to play faster or slower based on movement speed. Let's try like 150. It's called movement speed. Did I not put the new code in here? I don't think I put the new code in here. Did I not put the new code in here? Let's give it a try. I don't think That's like a brisk jog. It's like a run. And then we got... He still looks like he's walking in this case. Like not moving that fast, it's like it has me messed up. That's where we need to change that for him. He still looks like he's walking in this case. I hope I was just It has me messed up. I was not. That's where we need to change that for him. Let's go back into this and try that again. Make sure that I don't break something important. I hope I was... Oh god. It was not. Let's go back into this and try that again. Make sure that I don't break something important. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. Who's getting tossed never to be seen again? Why? Okay, there we go. Guest books are, or the person on the guest book? Who's getting tossed never to be seen again? Why? Alright, let's see. Alright, my fly worked. The animation speed changed at all on that though. Gave me my can back? Thank you. Alright, let's adjust this to, let's say 200. Yeah, that works. Same one. I want to make sure. So. It's the exact same one. So. I only want the animation, like the sound of me shooting the key blast or the explosions. Because if you mean the explosions, that's as loud as it needs to be actually. The only reason they sound so loud is because I was shooting close by myself. Bro said the sound. That helps not at all. Both of them were sounds. It shooting from my hand is a sound. It shooting from my hand is a sound, and it hitting the ground is a sound. Every sequence of that is a sound. The only reason they sound so loud is because I was shooting close by myself. Bro said the sound. That helps not at all. Both of them were sounds. It shooting from my hand is a sound. It shooting from my hand is a sound, and it hitting the ground is a sound. Like the wah 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 wah. That sound. I don't understand how that sounds. Literally telling me what's up from. I don't want it to sound too quiet. You're literally shooting an energy blast out of your hand. Alright, let's see. I don't want it to sound that where it's at right now. Keep talking to the air. To play when on the ground and shooting the blast when moving. Let's see.
On the ground and shooting key blasts while moving. Or the type play. On the ground. On the ground shooting key blasts while moving. Alright. So I need this animation to play smoother. Blast while moving. Or the type play. On the ground shooting key blasts while moving. Alright, so I need this animation to play smoother. Can you make it so the animation only speeds up when on the ground moving and shooting key blasts? Can you make it when I'm charge flying? Charge flying on the ground and shooting key blasts. Actively flying and boosting their speed when I'm charge flying. Alright, let's see. Charge flying on the ground and shooting key blasts. Actively flying and boosting their speed. Alright, so now it's going to increase speed when charge flying and moving. That should be good. Hopefully, if it does it right. Alright, let's see. It got my whole script right. So we're going to copy, paste, and then I'm also going to set the state to 150. Alright, so now it's going to increase speed when charge flying. Just so we can see if there's any visible difference in it. Hopefully, if it does it right. That's not good. And then I'm also going to set the state to 150. I do not like when it does that. Just so we can see if there's any visible difference in it. It got rid of some of my script in place of what it wants. That's why I tell y'all, don't rely on AI because it will fuck you over. I tell you to give me the script. Never make changes unless I explicitly ask. Don't rely on AI because it will fuck you over. And I tell you to give me back the entire script every time. Never make changes unless I explicitly ask. Alright, let's see. Come on. It's gonna have a lot more typing to go through, so after we get this done, then we'll focus on silencing these key blasts. Alright, let's see. Come on. It's gonna have a lot more typing to go through, so after we get this done, then we'll focus on silencing these key blasts. Let me speed up the animation when you're flying on the ground and shooting key blasts. When you charge flying on the ground, shooting key blasts, let me know. Alright, let's see. Go ahead and copy this entire thing. Paste it once more. Hope it doesn't break our logic. Speed up the animation when you're flying on the ground and shooting. Give everything a second to load in. When you charge flying on the ground,
Oh shoot, hold up. I forgot to check when charge flying on the ground. Oh shoot, hold up. I forgot to check when charge flying on the ground. Small problem. The animation is only playing when charge flying. Needs to play in both instances, but slower when not charge flying. You said all programming languages have the same logic, and differences are how confusing is the syntax. I mean, well, binaries is quite a bit different. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, it's kind of similar because the one yes, two no, or zero no, or like it's similar to like variable logic, but like I don't know, binary is a lot more tricky. Logic and differences are how confusing is the syntax. I mean, well, binaries is quite a bit different. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, all right, yeah, so it's kind of similar because the one yes, two no, or zero no, or like it's similar to like variable logic, but like. Well, neither is what I'm doing. This is scripting. Scripting and programming, though they may be similar, have their own differences. Alright, so... Well, neither is what I'm doing. What it is? Let's see. Okay, that shouldn't... That's problem one. That works. Now will it work while I'm running? Wait, hold up. I'm gonna do this right. So doesn't seem like it's playing any faster or slower. Now will it work while I'm running? Wait, hold up. I'm gonna do this right. So huh. Okay. Doesn't seem like it's playing any faster or slower. The desired result. Instead, walking animation played through my player. Nah, let's give it the precise language because it's not going to read it right if I don't. Alright. Did not get the desired result. Instead walking animation played through my humanoid. Walking animation while idle and shooting key blast. That should not happen. Let's give it the precise language because it's not going to read it right if I don't. Also, alright. Instead walking animation played through my humanoid. Trying to think. Ah, yes. There was no difference in speed when on the ground moving and shooting. Also, key blast while charge flying. Trying to think. Or not. Ah, yes. So if you could see in the code that we already have, or the script that we already have, somewhere around here, hold on. I've mixed it in with whatever BS this AI's typed. Hold on, I can find it real quick. So if you could see in the code that we already have, oh, there we go. Movement speed right here. I forgot to change that variable. I probably should have so that we could actually see something. So we'll change that variable now. See if it actually does increase our animation speed now. And then we'll go from there. Hold on, I can find it real quick. Or if it still has my old problem. Oh, there we go. That was my old problem. When I was walking. Yep. Problemo still there. Or if it still has my old problem. Alright. That was my old problem. When I was walking. Let's see. Let us see. Yep. We're gonna have to reset this again. Problemo still there. And put that back. Oh. There we go. Now I understand the difference between scripts and programs. I can definitely tell which one it is. I now understand the difference between scripts and programs. I can definitely tell which one it is. I mean, realistically speaking, I don't exactly know like what defines and makes the differences between scripting versus programming, but I know that there are differences. What makes scripting vs programming different? I now understand the difference between scripting. Alright, here we go. Scripting languages are essentially interpreted at runtime, do not require a complication step. Well, there you go. Examples include JavaScript, Python, PHP. Yeah, see what we're using right now is Lua. So I'm very familiar with programming languages like C, C++. I've like that's been infamous throughout my even my well, I shouldn't say elementary, through my middle school days of like messing around with computers. So I'm very familiar and understand about that stuff. However, I didn't know exactly what the two differences are. I know you can, like Java says, you can use Java both on what's it called, scripting and programming, but it's different. You got JavaScript for scripting and Java for programming, but I never really put two and two together because I don't use Java at all. Anyways, yeah, no, what I'm doing in my scripting language is one called Lua, Lua. So in case you guys are wondering how that I'm reading this and interpreting it, and even the AI will tell you, I believe. Yeah, Lua, right there. For scripting and Java for programming, but I never really put two and two together because I don't use Java. All right, so let's see if we now meet requirements. So. Okay, so it works, but the problem is the animation speed doesn't turn up. How about if we increased it like an insane amount, like 700? Alright, so let's see if we have requirements. So, let's see. It doesn't look like that's increasing or decreasing speed. An insane amount, like 700. Let's see. Let's see. It doesn't look like that's increasing or decreasing speed. Faster or slower. He said, funnily enough, I'm in college and I don't think I've ever heard of a differentiate scripting and coding. Interesting.
That's I would think that they would, just to let you know the differences.
Any faster or slower. All of my scripting and coding stuff, anything I've ever done with computers in general has all been self-taught, to be honest. So I wouldn't know exactly what they do teach you in school and don't. All of my scripting and coding stuff, anything I've ever done with computers in general has all been self-taught,
Mm.
to be honest.
Mm.
So I wouldn't know exactly what they do teach you in school and don't.
All right.
Funny enough, just how compile type languages versus non-compile type.
All right.
See, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not really like too advanced in any of the coding languages, so I'm not like the guy to go to for all of it. Just how compile type.
I just, like,
versus non-compile type.
I know a little bit of something, you know? I try and know a little bit of everything if I can. It is a knack of mine to try and be a jack of all
I'm not gonna lie
trades.
to you. I'm not really like too advanced in any of the coding languages, so I'm not like the guy to go to for all of it. I just like. Bro said being in college made me learn that I have to learn a lot of it outside of college. Real.
It is a knack of mine
College
to
still
try
ain't prepared you for the real world. Understandably so, though. Understandably so, though. Bro said being in college made me learn that I have to learn a lot of it outside of college. I will say, real. If you are learning how to do your job, though, like if you are learning how to like code though or program, it will make it a lot easier if you actually do get into the field that you're desired to get into. I will say, if you are learning how to do your job though, like if you are learning how to like, I've literally told my mom, why do I have to take half classes that I won't ever use again? Yeah, yeah. I mean, realistically, we take a lot of our time out of the day to do classes that we don't even necessarily need. Like, for the longest time in school, they teach you how to manage your money or accounting or something like that. Classes that I won't ever use again. Yeah, yeah. But see, the thing is, I mean, realistically, we take a lot of our time out of the day to do. You're only ever taught how to save your money, not how to make money. And there's a big difference. How to manage your money or accounting. Most would rather say, I'd rather save money than make money. That's great and good, but why not learn both? You're only ever taught how to save your money, not how to make money. And there's a big difference. These institutions are like businesses. Or these institutions are businesses. Yeah, yeah, no, they are. That's 100% right. You know, the hospitals are the same way, right? Like, they need to make money. It's the same damn way. When you go to a hospital, in reality, they're selling you something. That's their business model. These institutions are like businesses. They're selling you something to make sure that you live. And the reason you pay so much is because, not because there's such a low demand or such a high demand and such a low amount or low supply. That's not it at all. Lots of people want to become doctors because they know it pays good. Why does it pay good? In reality, they're selling you something. You're saving people's lives. So that like, you know, they're selling you something to make sure that you're basically paying for somebody to save your life. Whereas in other countries, it's free. But then again, on the flip side of that, when you give out free healthcare, you get shitty doctors. Why? You're saving people's lives. If I'm a really good doctor and I know I'm good at my craft, why in the hell would I stay in a country that pays me the same as a taxi driver to do brain surgery? But then again, just answer yourself. On the flip side of that, when you give out free health, I personally think it pays good because you have to go to school. Why? For so dang long and have to pay a lot of bills. Well, yeah. I mean, regardless, that's why the whole like school system was invented, is to keep you in debt for like at least a good decade longer. If you're smart, you'll get out within the first decade. Some people don't even get out until 5 decades or more after, and that's talking. That's including doctors, mind you.
You have to go to school for so dang long. We have to pay a lot of bills.
Well, yeah. I mean, regardless, that's why the whole like school system was invented, is to keep you in debt for like at least a good decade longer. If you're smart, you'll get out within the first decade. Some people don't even get out until 5 decades or more after, and that's talking. That's including doctors, mind you. I know this because my dad is a heart doctor. He probably makes good money though. What's the scientific terms, like cardiothoracic or something? I don't know. No idea, but point being, could not be me. Could not be me.
I know this because my dad is a hard
I just don't like. I I don't even like dealing with the public. I hate dealing with the public. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, chat. Like outside of YouTube.
He probably makes good money though. What's the scientific terms, like cardiothoracic or something? I don't know. No idea, but
Outside of YouTube, I don't really want to be
point being, could not be
outside partying where everybody else is at. Like,
I just don't.
no.
I don't even like dealing with the public. I hate dealing with the public. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, chat. Like,
I'm a chill, like,
outside of YouTube.
sit where I'm at kind of guy. Oh my god.
Outside of YouTube.
Unless I have a wife who makes me nachos at home. Why would I want to go?
Outside partying where everybody else.
Cardiologist?
Is at, like, no. I'm a chill.
Point being though,
Sit where I'm at kind of guy.
they definitely catch you on that dead end of that job, of those type of jobs, like, you know.
Unless I have a wife
And I
who
think
makes
that's
me
just kind
nachos
of
at
sickening.
home. Why would I want to go? Cardiologist.
If more than 50%
Point being though.
of this country goes to college,
They definitely catch you on that dead end of that job, of those type of jobs, like, you know. And I think that's just kind of sickening.
then more than 50% of the country remains in debt for anywhere between 1 to 4 decades
More
of
than
their life,
50%
on average.
of this country goes to college.
Some people never break those debt cycles. I don't think it's sweet, chat. Some people end up bankrupt, try again, and still
More
fail.
than 50% of the country remains in debt for anywhere between 1 to 4 decades of their life, on average.
I do feel like some people don't need to go. I don't feel like I'm getting enough out of it.
think it's sweet, chat.
I can agree with you that some people don't.
Some people
if
end
you
up
don't feel like
bankrupt,
you're not-
try again, and still
And yeah,
fail.
Don't waste your time and your money, but you have to think really hard about the decision before you make it. Because at the same time, in that same breath, having a college degree looks really good on a lot of things. But a lot of places also require real world experience now, which
I can agree with you that some people
is kind of redundant and hard to do. Getting real world experience in the career that you're applying for once you get out of college and into the real world. Because, like, how are you going to get career experience in a career you haven't even been able to do yet?
A lot of places also require real world experience.
It is a lot of redundancies.
It's kind of redundant and hard to do. Getting real world experience.
And in that same breath, too,
applying for once you get out of college and into the
there's been jobs that I have done
because, like, how are you gonna get
where I've been told that I needed to have some type of college education in order to get into it. And I do not have a college education, chat. And, my whole reason for being able to get into the job and do it was because I had, you know, prior experience doing it before. Not with another job, like, on my own. Like, I've dealt with it before.
where I've been told that
And I knew basically everything that he was talking about. So I was, like, already in the clear.
I do not have a college education, chat.
If you don't come with that knowledge, and I mean, like,
The whole reason for being able to
that identical knowledge that a job is looking for to a T,
prior experience doing it before.
you ain't getting it off of experience. That's a promise.
Like I've done it, dealt with it before.
and I knew basically everything that he was talking about. So I was like already.
Real experience would be through college internships.
If you don't come with
Honestly,
that knowledge, and I mean like
that is true.
that identical knowledge,
But
to the
some of
job
them get it
before
even younger than you.
degree,
Like, or like
you ain't
younger
getting
than college.
experience. That's the
Like, for
problem.
an example, I was in, sorry, the nachos are stuck
Real
on me.
experience would be through college internships.
I was in, what's it called?
Honestly,
Let's just put it like this. I was in an internet service provider, right?
but some of them get it
Doing
even
back-end logic coding for that.
like
And,
younger than
It was a
college.
small group,
Like, for an
maybe
example,
like 20 people in it.
I was in
There was this one guy who was really good at coding, but really, really young. I heard that he wasn't even in high school yet, or maybe it was like just starting it.
Internet service provider, right?
So like, yeah, around like 14, 15 years old. Mind you, he's at our job working with us. I came to find out later that he was an
Maybe,
intern.
like, 20 people in it.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, around that age though, 14, 15 years old.
Who was
Little
really
old
good at
kid,
coding,
dude, like
but
just
really, really
accomplishing things.
young. I
Like,
heard that he
but
wasn't
mind you, he
even
was an
in high
intern, so
school
he's
yet,
getting
so
paid
he
either
was,
nothing
like,
or
just
dog water.
starting it. So like,
Which
yeah, around,
sucks.
like 14, 15 years old. Mind you, he's at our job working with us. I came to find out later that he was an intern.
I mean, depending
Yeah,
on your
he's
field,
like-
you
he's
could
like,
choose
yeah,
how
he
you
was-
want to
he
go
was
about
like-
it though.
Yeah, around that age though, 14,
Like, let's say
14, 15 years old. Little old
you
kid,
were somebody that understands like
accomplished
hacking
things,
type of
like-
coding.
But mind you, he was an intern, so he's
You could
getting
always
paid
become a
nothing
gray
but
hat
dog
until you
water,
get enough money to get into a job.
which sucks.
What I mean by that. Let's say you started visiting a site like Nike.com, right?
I mean, depending
Well,
on your field, you could choose how
You
you
start
wanna go
picking
about it.
through its like web,
Like,
like
let's
web
say-
scraping it. Come to find out, it's pretty
You were
easy to
somebody
get
that
inside.
understands, like,
Well,
hacking type of
you
coding.
access Nike.com and find like a back-end exploit to funnel out people's credit cards, send it to Nike, and tell them that this is a problem. Well, now you learned how to do cybersecurity. You've got a good recommendation from Nike saying like, hey, yeah, they helped us from a huge back-end problem. And yeah, you might make some money off that too. And if the company's really nice, they'll give you a lot of money for finding backends like that. Some might even just hire you right on the spot. It's been known to happen. Like people hacking into companies and the company's like, all right, yeah, that was really good. I'm gonna need you to like code for us. I'm going into cyber because I know how tough independent game making.
Yeah, you might make some money off that too. And if the company's really nice,
Fun
they'll give you
fact,
a
exploits
lot of
in
money for
websites
finding
exist
backends
for around
like that.
300 days
Some might
before
even just
discovered.
hire you right on the spot. It's been known to happen. Like
That is a lot of the
people
time the
hacking
case,
into
yeah.
companies the companies
And a
like
lot of the
that,
time, the
that was
cases
really
that
good.
like
I mean,
with
you
those
know,
day
like,
one
like,
exploits, they are known. Like they're known long before day
going
one
into
of the
cyber
release
because
of
I
the
know how
object.
tough independent game making-
It's because of the way that information is transmitted from these manufacturers in coding. Like it's a bunch of bullshit. Realistically, it could just be like the coders or someone like somebody somewhere gets information because the FBI is the first one to know if something's fucked. Like realistically, that's just how it is. Like day one exploits, they're always caught by the FBI. The public just won't know about them or have the fix about them until like months later when a patch comes out from fucking Windows.
Realistically, it could just be like the coders or someone.
Heard a story where 2020 bank gets hacked, 2023 it gets discovered,
FBI is the
2025
first
it's
one to
made
know if something's
public.
Like realistically, that's just how it is. Like day one exploits, they're always caught by the FBI. The public just won't know about them or have the fix.
I want y'all to just point out what Meme just said.
When a patch comes out from
He said the
fucking
bank
Windows.
gets hacked before it even got noticed.
Heard a story
Before it
where
even got
2020
discovered, before it
bank
even
gets
became a
hacked, 2023
thing.
gets
It was
discovered,
already hacked.
2025 it's made public.
Before it was even made public, before it even started, and now it's trading in stocks is what he's saying. So that just says a lot. That just says a lot.
I want y'all to
Do you want to know why that bank is still alive? FDIC insurance. That's for sure.
It even got noticed.
Alright,
Before it
so
even
I've
got
noticed my
discovered,
speed don't
it
increase on
was
this
even
end. I'm gonna
made
change this end and see
It
if
was
anything
already
happens. If nothing happens,
Before it was even made public. Before it
Oh.
even said, and now it's
I
trading
don't know
in
if
stocks.
nothing
is
happens
he
what
said.
we're gonna do.
So that just says. Do you want to know why that bank is still alive?
Alright, let's see. No, that animation doesn't speed up.
If nothing happens. Oh. Oh, if nothing happens, what we're gonna do. Alright, let's see.
animation does not speed up when
animation doesn't speed up.
charge flying on the ground while moving. I've changed my priorities because I don't think I need to get a degree in gaming. In a game making hobby, I want to get a degree in cybersecurity, real tangible job. Hey, well, you want to know something, meme? If you ever wanted to get a start in game making, I got a nice project here that would look really good on your resume if it came out successful. Just saying. And even if it didn't come out successful, I got a nice project here that would look good on a resume for a starter. I want to get a degree in cybersecurity, real tangible job. Hey, well, you want to know something, meme? If you ever wanted to get a start in game making, I want to get a degree in cybersecurity, a real tangible job. Would look really good on cybersecurity is definitely needed too. And even if it didn't come out successful, I would say more now so than ever. So yeah, you probably would have a good chance in that. But like where you want to get into cybersecurity, that's really dependent on you, my guy. Because each company's gonna have their own cybersecurity and the way they do things. Like it really is like dependent on where you want to go with that. You could be fucking cybersecurity for the U.S. government if you really wanted to. I would say more now so than ever. FBI also has their own security. Federal agencies always have their own separate security from our government. Because each company's gonna have their own cybersecurity and the way they do things. Like it really is like dependent on where you want to go. Bro, so I had to haul buns to get into class this early too. Government, if you really wanted to. I would say if you're at least far enough, if you're at least halfway, get your degree. If you're at least halfway, get your degree. Because if you don't, it's gonna show people that you do not like commit all the way. At least just get your degree, man. I'm not gonna let you fail yourself. I know you might think it's better, but at that point, if you're already halfway in, if you're in too deep, you might as well just finish it out. The only way from there is just to go like all the way through. It's too late at that point. At least just get your degree, man. I'm not gonna let you fail yourself. I know you might think it's better, but at that point, if you're already halfway in, if you're in too deep... I mean, you could always just, screw what I say, too. That's another thing. I mean, realistically, I'm just a person talking. You could always do your own thing. You're your own free person. You're your own will, and everybody's circumstances may not substantiate to the same thing. However, I'm just looking out. I just started cyber and halfway into school. I'm going to finish cyber. Yeah, you might as well. You might as well. You're already halfway. Don't kick yourself out now. You're already at the point where it's like you might as well gain something from it. However, I'm just looking out. I just started cyber and halfway into school. I'm going to finish cyber. Yeah, you might as well. You're already halfway. Don't kill yourself out now. Let's go ahead and try this. See if this works. Pretty sure this is the same code, but let's give it a try anyways. Just to see. It's the same code. Alright. Oh man. Let's go ahead and try this. Everything. Pretty sure this is the same code, but let's give it a try anyways. Looks fine. Besides one small issue. I'm not speeding up when shooting key blasts. I'm not speeding up when shooting key blasts and moving on the ground while in charge fly. I'm not. The animation is not. Very important. He said, I ain't like that one kid on TikTok that dropped out of school to impress Kyson at. Yeah, no, please don't.
Please don't be that fool. Honestly, there's only very few occasions where people actually drop out of school to become like something successful, and most of the time, even if they do become famous, like it still wasn't worth dropping out of school because they gave up their entire future 50 years down the line for 5 seconds of fame. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if you told me that like that fucking Hawk Tuah girl was supposed to be like some neurosurgeon before she ended up the path she did, I'd be like, this is tragic. Because there's really people like that, like genuinely smart and like beautiful people that will like completely screw themselves and their lives over with, like everything to do with their life for 5 seconds of fame. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do that. If y'all are coming in here for a good laugh and thinking that I'm gonna no, you might catch me off guard 1 or 2 times in a vulnerable moment. I'm just acting a damn fool, but I am not that stupid to just give it all away for 5 seconds of fame. If I were to ever get my chance on those 5 seconds of fame, though, you know what I would do? I'd take that money, invest it, and keep duplicating it like an infinite money glitch. I'd compound my assets, just grow and grow and grow, because that's what a lot of these people fail to do as well. Ugh, they just don't understand it. Why not make more money with your money? Why buy like a fucking a golden door with your fucking letter on it? Like, who cares? My chance on those 5 seconds of fame, though, you know what I would do? I'd take that money, invest it, and keep duplicating. Sorry, y'all. Y'all just heard me rant like crazy. I just can't get with it. Can't get with it. Y'all know how I am about money. I love to like. I love to create wealth for future generations. Is the best way to put it. So, destroying future generational wealth is just not in my ideals. Sorry, y'all. Y'all just heard me rant like just can't get with it. I've heard studies of 6-figure earning people where 50% or more live in paycheck to paycheck. That is true. That is true. But here's the thing, though, guys. So most of the time, those 50% earners, those 6-figure earners you're seeing living paycheck to paycheck, that 50% likely in California. Alright? Because that's the only place that 6 figures is really going to put you paycheck to paycheck in any means necessary at all. Now if we were to really get down to the nitty gritty of it too, you're talking about the insane living expenses there. Most of these people rent and don't own, so they're on a constant expenditure month by month. They have leases into their name by cars that constantly get destroyed either by the heat or stupid ass drivers, because California, goddamn, they do not know how to drive. If you're watching this and you're from California, I pray for you. And if you're one of those drivers who drive terribly, screw you. Anyways, on to the next piece. On top of that, realistically, you're not hitting 6 figures like just on loans alone. These people expend on stupid stuff. What? Nightlife, night clubbing, going to parties, gambling, this, that, and the other. Like there's lots of things to do in California to waste your money, best believe. Not to mention, people will rob you in California. It also happens there, not just in Chicago. There's a little bit of everywhere that there's some ghetto like that, okay? Just on loans alone. I'm more so talking about the conclusion of mindset where people destroy their bank account when they get money. Yeah, well, yeah, that has a lot to do with this one ideology, right? So there's this constant reflex that goes on in people's minds whenever they get their hands on an influx of money, right? Let's say your job just let's say your boss just gave you a raise in your wage, right? People usually what they do inside their mind is before they even get that money, most cases, will tell themselves subconsciously of what they're going to spend money on, money that they don't even have. So when you get more money to spend with, the cycle just repeats. You never limit, and because you've never placed that blocker to limit yourself on how much you're spending, you're gonna think that you're not really making any more money when you are. But you know, also on top of that, you gotta realize inflation eats at your living wage, and when you're making less money each year than inflation eats away your money each year, then yeah, you're probably going to make less money each year, even if you do set limits and keep yourself at that exact same spending amount every single year. Also on top of that, I do want to mention, like, when it comes down to the whole inflation eating your money and, you know, you don't really have anything, this and that, there's also the extra features, like eggs randomly shooting up in price because of bird flu that can cost you, you know, random catastrophes happen in your life. If you have any money saved up, let's say a random catastrophe happens, your dog gets pyrometra and is about to fucking die because she can't have kids or whatever. Yeah, so that's gonna cost like a good $2,000 out of you. Yeah, there's a lot of things that'll just take you down a peg real quick in life. Okay, like it's a lot, and a lot of the time people just they don't do that. They don't prepare for those moments either. If you actually look at those same studies that you're looking at, you'll find that over 90% of all people in the United States do not have an emergency fund. Yeah, the moral of the story is to have an emergency fund. Yeah, no, but more than 90% of people in the United States do not have an emergency fund in any capacity. I forget what the exact amount is, but there's like, I believe it's like over 90% don't have over $1,000, and then it's like 40% don't even have $100 of extra saving money, or $600 of extra saving money, or something like that. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. People in the United States do not have an emergency fund in any capacity. I forget what the yeah, I just had to go on a rant real quick, chat. I believe it's like over 90% don't have over $1,000. All right, back to coding here. It's like 40% don't even have. Go ahead and select all this. Kerplute. That looks like the exact same code. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I expect nothing to change here. Yeah, I just had to go on a rant real quick, chat. Alright, let's see. I didn't actually check to see what the changes were. Yeah, the animation isn't speeding up. That's what our big problem is here. I expect nothing to change. Alright, let's see. I didn't actually check to see what the animation when I charge fly while shooting key blast on the ground and moving isn't going any faster than if I wasn't flying, and it should be much faster than charge flying. That's why I'm not getting in any of that, any more of that wacko debt stuff like credit cards and that nonsense. Honestly, smartest thing you could do. Me and my fiance, we don't believe in credit cards. We never have. We always, like, honestly, I have lots of family that spend with credit cards, and they're in severe debt. Like, I'm talking, like, almost six-figure debt, okay? And, like, I've actually, it seems like, because I'm so good about my money, like, and about, like, being financially responsible, that has kind of, like, coached certain family members into also trying to be financially responsible. However, I noticed that a lot of my family suffers from that credit card debt, like, BS, because it's free money in their eyes. It basically comes from nowhere. They just got to pay it back, but really that's not how that works, you know. All money on a credit card is debt, you know. You're just paying to pay your debt off. Six-figure debt, that sounds like a year wage. That's like a year wage. Yeah, and you got to realize, like, that's the hardest part about it too. When you're paying back debt, it's not like when you're making money. Because look, when you make money, you could say I made 30K in a year. Yeah, well, how much are you making take home? Like, you know, how much are you making after all of your bills and expenditures are paid out? Because then it's not looking like a lot. You say six figures. Somebody on 30K a year salary, right? You'd say, well, if they have six-figure debt, it'd take them a little more than three years to get their debt cleared, right? So, you know, 30, 60, 90, a little bit more than 3 years to get their debt cleared, right? Yeah, no, that's not how that works in the real world. That's going to be like over 10 years because you're taking home maybe 200, 300 bucks by the end of your paycheck and after all your bills and expenditures. And that's if you're not one of those people that has a crutch and buys shit constantly, like cigarettes or weed or fucking video games or who knows what, you know? Like, it's just not, it's not feasible. Yeah, no, that's not how that works in the real world. That's gonna be like over 10 years because you're taking home maybe 200, 300 bucks by the end of your paycheck and after all your bills and expenditures. And that's if. And by the way, I say 10 years. That's not really how long a six-figure debt would take to clear. Video games or who knows what, you know? Like, try more like 20 or more. Or more. it takes about like a good 5 to 10 years to clear like $11,000 of debt on a 30K salary. And by the way, I say 10 years. That's not really how long a 6-figure debt would take to clear. Just want to let y'all know that. Or more. It takes about
That's
like
the real world.
5 to 10 years to clear like $11,000.
Alright, let's see what we
on a
changed
30K
here.
salary.
Alright. Speed adjustment still does not have a desired effect when you're charge flying and moving on the ground. To make it much faster during the charge flying, we need to modify the speed adjustment to give a larger boost.
That's the real world.
Okay.
Let's see
Okay.
what we changed here.
Set the speed animation to 5 when charge flying and moving on the ground, making it much faster when you're not charge flying.
To make it much faster,
Give it a
during the
try.
charge flying, we need to modify
Okay.
to get a larger boost. Credit card interest is bad. Interest in general is bad. Realistically speaking, and assuming that someone doesn't rack up more debt and not accounting for interest. So yeah, interest in general is bad, realistically speaking. It doesn't matter credit card or not. I mean, yeah, credit card debt is going to be a little bit worse than the rest because, you know, it's just, it's at a higher rate. But realistically speaking, all of that has to deal with what the Fed sets the rate hike to. Because let's say the Fed sets the rate to like some insane amount, right? Like 6.0 or some crazy shit. That's gonna hurt you real bad in the pockets because your debt's gonna be like astronomical. Debt is always linked to the amount that you're paying, you know. So like, let's say I'm buying a $10,000 car, I might take on an extra like $1,000 worth of debt, you know. So and the way that goes down is really like fucky too, because like, let's say you're buying a house, you know, the way it works is if you have it on a loan, you're really paying like 20-30 years worth of debt that you're paying off. So like, let's say I'm buying
It's just so like screwy. Yo, like being an adult kind of does suck, but if you know how to work the money, you can work it really well.
That goes down is really like fucky too, because like, let's say you're buying a house.
Always want that interest to be working for you in making more money. Exactly. That's why I always tell people dividends is the best way to go. If you want that same type of effect as interest making money for you, get dividends. And that's also why I tell people the same exact thing too. And chat, listen to me closely when I say this. I'm being serious. Look me in my eyes. If banks charge interest when you take money out from them, when you borrow money from a bank, they charge you interest, correct? Yeah, I know y'all are saying yeah. Why don't your friends give you a little extra money back when they ask for your money? See, that's the thing. My friend came over right now and be like, let me borrow $10. Alright, cool. I let him borrow $10. I'm not, me personally, I'm gonna act like I don't even have that $10 anymore. Because realistically, I don't expect people to pay me back. If you've ever never had an experience of somebody asking you for money, get ready for the real big letdown that 98% of the time they will not pay you back. Okay? Now let's say you actually do have that one friend that will pay you back. But they pay back late. They pay back maybe like a month from now or fucking 10 years from now because some people just don't care. They only will pay you back when it's convenient for them because now they need something else, right? Like, let's just put these perspectives into play. Well, now, even within a day's worth of time, your dollar has already lost value. But they pay back late. So, the amount of money you gave them was greater than the amount of money you're getting in return. Every time you hand somebody something, you are losing value. Every time. That's why I never borrow money without expecting some type of interest, and people hate borrowing money from me for that reason. People will explicitly tell me that they will not borrow money from me unless they need to because they know that I will not let them pay me back with just the amount that they get from me. Every time you hand somebody something, you are losing value. I don't care if that makes me a bad friend, makes me a good businessman. That's why I never borrow money without expecting some type of interest. And I'm just real. I mean, it's the same way and vice versa though. Like, let's say somebody's like, oh yeah, like I'm like, I need some money, and somebody's like, oh yeah, I got you. And they're like, yeah, just spot me back at 10. I'll pay them back like 12, 15. I'm not an asshole. I'm not gonna just do it one-sided. I'm not a hypocrite. But at that same time, I'm just
you're gonna learn the value of money with me. That's just how it is. The problem is people use debt for everything, like even a cup of coffee on 4 payments.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Yep. And I mean, that's why I think personally things like those pay-as-you-go things only made things so much worse. Or daily pay. Oh my god. That is a nightmare. Got the right idea. Alright. That's a little too fast. First of all. Secondly, it's not playing correctly. They got the right idea. It seems to only be playing every other time I charge. Why? Secondly, as if something is blocking it from doing it all the time. To only be playing every. So I personally think it's only justifiable that something massive like school, car, buses, or house. There's only so many there's just so many companies getting right in on the advantage of people's impulses on money. Hold up. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. There is definitely good ways to get into debt. Okay, so let's say, first of all, you want to be in debt. You never want to not be in debt, because if you're not in debt, your credit score goes down. Okay? What you want to do is, when you're in debt, pay the exact amount of debt, plus like maybe anywhere between 5 to 10% of the amount that you're already paying back. See, I pay, let's say, about $300 on a car note. I pay an extra $100 every month on top of that. Once we get to the point where we're like real close to ending that car note, I may pay either the exact amount or next to nothing, if I can. I'll try and not pay it at all. I'll just keep letting it, like, because realistically, I don't have to pay my car note until who knows how when. But, like, if I let it recur and just keep going back and not paying it, it'll eventually meet up with me. Which is something that I might possibly explore doing, realistically speaking, just so I can save more money on the side. So, like, realistically, you don't want to be in debt. What I'm doing is abusing it so that I can make my money still, have that free time, like where I'm not paying anything, and then on that car note, and then still on top of that, have my car and eat it too. You know, well, have my cake and eat it too. By obviously finishing out that note, or well, by obviously still having that note that I'm in control of and I know that I have managed, and then also on top of that, keeping my credit score afloat by having something to constantly pump it. Now, let's say that that was all done and over with. I just hit my last payment, boom, car note's done. What's another way I can use debt to make money? Well, take a loan out. Take a simple $2,000 loan out. Why? Go ahead and take all of that money that you put into a loan, invest it. Well, I don't know anything about investing. Okay, well then put it into something that you know makes money. Vending machine, fucking laundromat. Who knows what? You can think of something. There's literally some claw machines, fucking coin machines, anything. Like seriously, use a brain. So right, you get one of them. You put a vending machine, claw machine, fucking coin shop. Who knows what? Like anything you could really think of. You make some money on that. Well, now you're making money every single month, recurring, or week, or whenever, you know, like whenever somebody decides to buy your shit. So you're making money every single time that somebody decides to put it in, right? Well, you pay that loan off yet again with the money that you've had before to pay loans off before. Pay it off, congratulations. Now you're making extra money on the shit that you got with the loan money. And now we just rinse and repeat. That's called compounding assets. Now you have like vending machines in every single lot across like everywhere you go. Let's say for the next like fucking 200-mile radius, you have all of the vending machines, right? Well, now you're making a lot of money. But you're gonna have to switch that out. You're gonna have to hire some people to come collect it because you can't be traveling around a 200-mile radius at every single vending machine stop to go pick up your money. That's gonna take a lot of goddamn time. At that point, you're making too much money. Well, now you've gotten to the business start. There you go. Literally just gave you the formula to anybody that's watching. Personally think there's so many companies getting in. I heard of a teacher using her son's account to pay loans and build his credit score. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. That's possible. But there's a video that I've shown on the internet quite a lot actually about like why doing that is just not good.
I heard of a teacher using her son's account to pay
Like-
loans and build his credit score.
Your bro needs.
Yeah. That's
All right,
possible.
but yeah, no. Like realistically speaking, ultimately what I'm trying to get at here is that like.
I've shown on the internet quite a lot actually. About
Yeah, no, that's not a good thing to do. There's been videos that show online about like parents that would use their money to pay their like to get a house, right? Like use their money to get a house or get a car or things like that. But then that parent foreclosed on the house or didn't pay up on the car. Well, that affected the kid. The kid was gonna go get a house to get married in. Like I'm about to get on with my wife and my life and do my own thing. Well, mama fucked him over. So no, I don't think that, like me personally, never gonna do that. My fuck ups are my own. I'm not gonna put that on my child. I refuse to.
Didn't pay up on the car. Well, that affected the kid. The kid was gonna go get a house to get married in. Like I'm about to get on with my wife and my life and do my own thing. Well, mama fucked him over. So no, I don't think that, like me personally.
Yeah, so I mean, some people are that type of people though, chat. You gotta realize some people really don't give a fuck. So I have to be running. So what I want to do now is I'm gonna tell the AI exactly what we just found out. Our little surprise. So we're gonna tell the AI. So the animation only increases speed
What I want to do
when running. When
tell the AI exactly what we just found out. Our little surprise.
moving while
We're gonna tell the
using
AI,
charge fly before firing
So
key
the
blast.
animation.
The animation only increases speed when moving while
When
using
running,
charge fly.
when
Increases speed
moving while using charge.
if
fly.
I'm moving
before firing.
while using charge fly. When
The
I
animation only
press
increases speed when
the
moving while
input to
using charge fly.
fire key blast.
Increases
If
speed
I'm already firing key blast
if
and
I'm
moving when I activate
while using
charge fly,
when
the animation
press
will
the
not
input
speed
to
up.
fire key
Please
blast.
make it work
If
in
I'm
any
already
rendition
firing key blast
that
when I
follows
activate
the
charge fly,
instance
the animation
that follows the sequence
speed up.
for the
Please make
instance it
work
requires.
any rendition.
Alright, let's see. He said, I def think if most people were money smart, a lot of predatory businesses would not be staying afloat like they are now. My guy, if people were business smart, MLMs would not exist. like, let's be so for real. Oh man, I'm not even gonna lie. And the funniest part is the craziest part is, like, of it all. The best people that MLMs work for are people who are trying to, like, understand business.
My guy, if people were business smart,
So to
MLMs
anybody
would
that's
not
just starting,
exist.
like, I feel so bad for you.
Like,
Especially
let's
if
be
you get
so
caught
for
in your
real.
early times of MLMs
Oh, man.
before actually
I'm not
learning
even
what they
gonna lie.
really are. I
And
pray
the
for your
funniest
soul.
part is the craziest part
Pray
is,
for your
like,
soul.
of it all. The best people that MLMs work for are people who are trying to, like, understand business. So to anybody
Alright,
that's just starting,
let's
like,
go
I feel
ahead.
so bad for you, especially if you get caught in your early
And go
times
back into
of
this
MLMs
logic, and we're gonna
before
paste.
actually learning what they really are. I pray
Let's
for
see
your
if this
soul.
changes the behaviors.
Pray for your soul.
Mhm. Back into this logic, and we're gonna paste. So we're just gonna tell the thing,
Let's
same
see if
problem.
This changes the behaviors.
Same problem. No diff. Woo! Alright, so let's see. Take a step back and ensure we're handling this correctly. It seems like the issue is related to the state and not updating correctly, or the animation speed adjustment not consistently triggering when the conditions for flying change are met, or for charge flying are met, especially when firing key blasts while moving. Let's break it down. Charge flying. We need to detect your flying and moving.
Alright, so let's
Animation
see.
speed adjustment. This animation
Take a
needs to
step
speed
back
up
and ensure we're
immediately
handling this
when
correctly. It
charge
seems like
flying
the
and
issue is
while
related to
moving,
state-
while
to
and
the
also
state and
firing.
not updating correctly, or the animation speed adjustment not consistent.
So I'm gonna go ahead and recopy what it just said here. We need to detect that you're charge flying and moving. I'm gonna say correct.
Charge flying. We need to detect your flying and moving. Animation speed adjustment. This animation needs to speed up
Nah,
immediately
no.
when charge flying and while moving, while and also firing.
We speed up immediately when charge flying while
So I'm gonna go
also
ahead and
moving,
recopy what it just
and
said
also
here.
when
We need to detect that you're
needs to
charge
speed up
flying and
immediately when
moving.
charge flying while moving,
Say
and also
correct.
firing while on the ground. The important part. We'll ensure the animation only plays once and
Speed up
doesn't
immediately
interrupt
when charge
itself.
flying while also moving, and also
I want
needs to speed
the
up immediately when charge
animation
flying while moving, and also firing
to play
while on the
every
ground.
time I charge
Part.
fly
Ensure
while
the animation only plays
moving
once and doesn't
on the
interrupt itself.
ground and key blasting.
I want the
Boom.
animation to play.
He said, I've had ChatGPT hit a straight up wall and not change anything tons of times like this. Oh yeah, I swear to God, at this point is usually when I start reading the code and actually making sure that it's making sense. Because a lot of the time it will tell me some bullshit, but it does a good part. Like if I give it some guidance, like usually what I'll do is I'll be like, all right, let's say it hits a wall like this and it doesn't keep changing. I'll start reading the code through and I'll be like, well, I noticed that you're focusing on this action. What if we tried this instead? Like realistically, we need to go back in and change like the lock-in system still, but I'm focusing on this as of right now.
It does a good part. Like if I give it some guidance, like usually what I'll do is I'll
Because
be
our
like,
lock-in
"All right,
system
let's say
still
it hits a
isn't
wall
even
like this
perfect
and it
either.
doesn't keep changing. I'll start reading the code through and I'll be like, well, I noticed that you're focusing on this action. What if we tried this instead? Like realistically, we need to go back in and change like the
Alright,
lock-in
let's see.
system still. But I'm focusing on this as of right now.
We'll see how it changes from my initial code. We have 229 lines. We jump
Our
up.
lock-in
That's
system
never
still
good.
isn't
That means we've
perfect
erased
either.
code. Oh no. Well, let's find out what we've erased.
Alright, let's see.
Sounds about right. I can no longer key blast.
We'll see how it changes for
Gotta
the
love it,
addition
chat.
code. We have 229 lines. We jump up. That's never good. That means we've erased code.
So, we're gonna have to ask it, please keep
Well, let's find out.
all of the script intact
Sounds about right.
without
Key blast.
changing
Gotta love it, chat.
anything unless it directly interferes with
So,
your
We're gonna have to
implementations.
ask it. Please keep.
Let's see. Sometimes I ask it to
all
simply
of
shiz
the
down,
script
and sometimes
intact
it will go, oh.
without changing.
And sometimes I ask it to simplify down, and sometimes it will go,
unless it
oh, you are doing things the hard way. Let me show you how to do it in 50 less lines. Yeah, I don't really like it like that though, because when it tells me basically, and that's what I was telling Chad at the start. Like, if you roll all the way back to the start, I was saying that like it will often take place of code for whatever it feels like is better. Like, it will be like, well, I think this is better, so it'll change my line of code, and it's like, that's not what I want. Okay, look, like, I get that there's better, but better is not gonna work for me. Okay, because better is not perfect for the instances that I'm trying to set up, and the way that my code is set up, better often overcomplicates things and creates issues. So, like, I don't care if it's better, I care if it's right, you know?
It's like, that's not what I want. Okay, look, like, I get that there's better, but better is
Shoot,
not
the code
gonna
could be
work.
300 freaking lines long, as long as it works the way I need it to. That's all that matters to me. And we see less. I don't like that, chat.
Often overcomplicates things and creates issues. So, like, I don't care if
man.
it's better, I care if it's right. You know?
There goes my key blast. Or maybe I didn't update it with anything.
Shoot,
feel
the
like I
code can
did.
be 300 freaking lines long, as long as it works the way I need it to.
Yeah, no, I
That's all
did,
that
and it
matters
still
to
just
me.
wrote bullshit.
And we see less. I don't like that, chat. Oh, man.
So now we're gonna have to try it like this.
That was my key blast. Or maybe I
Please
updated it.
implement
I feel like I did.
your new script
Yeah, no,
or
I did.
new
It's
lines
bullshit.
of script with my existing code. Do
Now
not
we're gonna have to try it like
change,
this.
alter, erase, or
Please
otherwise
implement
tamper with
your
lines
new
that
script
I did
or
not
new lines of
explicitly
script with my
tell
existing
you to.
code. Do
And then we'll
not
drop that.
change,
Boom.
Alter, erase.
Yeah, no, ChatGPT bugging for real. I swear to God. But I will tell you this, ChatGPT is so much more goddamn helpful than AI's own Roblox Studio's own AI. Roblox Studio's own AI is absolutely fucking brain dead. Like, seriously. I would much rather, like, Roblox Studios only fixed, like, the most minuscule problems that I've had. Otherwise, it's absolutely fucked and broken everything else. This has at least fixed most of my issues. Even though I've done a lot of this back and forth. Trust me, I've been doing back and forth like this non-stop. But it's all part of the sequence. Alright, so we'll go ahead and drop this code in here. Doesn't look like anything's changed. I don't know if that's a good thing.
Otherwise, it's absolutely fucked and broken everything else.
I
This
might have
has at
grabbed the
least
wrong
fixed
code when I
most of
shot
my
it back to him.
issues. Even though I've
I
done
did.
a lot of this
I
back
did.
and forth. Trust me, I've been
I
doing
did.
back
That
and
was
forth
on
like
me
this
that time.
non-stop. But it's all
Yeah,
part
I
of the-
didn't do that wrong.
sequence.
That was all me.
Alright, so we'll go ahead and drop
I'm gonna
this
check to
code
make
in
sure
here.
if this works or not.
Doesn't look like anything's changed. I don't think that's a good thing. I might have
Nope,
grabbed
that's
the
not
wrong
a code
when I shot it
with
back
the key blast
I did.
working.
I did.
That should be it. That should be my working code.
Yeah, I didn't do that. It was all me.
If I'm
I'm
correct,
gonna
that
check
should
to
be
make sure
working.
this works out.
Working. Good. we're gonna go with this, and we're gonna change that a little bit. So we'll shoot that in here. That's odd. And then we're gonna grab the part of my code that I want, or the part of my script, the part of what I said here that I wanted. Okay, that's odd. Alright, so we're gonna have to change that a little bit. None of what I'm grabbing right here is script. There we go. And paste. That was me fucking up that time. That's odd. Here is your updated script with new changes integrated without altering any lines that you did not explicitly request to be changed. Okay, so now we got it spit back to us. Hopefully without any error. It's looking about right. This is the new stuff that we've added in for trying to track with the lock-on target. However, it didn't really work, so we might have to delete that. This was to try and get the mouse to set, like to specifically set on the character, because that was the issue, is it tracks the key blast to wherever mouse is, even if we're locked on, and it was having a hard time setting out of that state. I might have to delete that, so that would be unfortunate if I did. I often do ask AI to either like rip apart my codes too. Like I'll say, like, let's say for that instance, I'll tell it like, all right, any lines that have anything to do with the lock-on instance, remove from my script and type it back to me entirely without, like, with these implementations in place, you know? Or like, let's say I don't want it to rip, or let's say, yeah, like I just don't understand what the fuck is going on right here with this code because it's just so complex. I'll be like, yeah, what is this? And then code, and it'll literally start explaining every line of code. And I'll be like, okay, cool, that makes a bit more sense. With these implementations in place, you know? Or like, let's say I don't want it to rip, or let's say, yeah, like, alright, let's see, that didn't change much. I like that. So complex. I'll be like, yeah, what is code? And it'll no. Okay, so it did a good job not deleting my code, thank God. It did a bad job actually implementing what I wanted. Alright. Come on. Something. On the ground. Okay, so it did a good job shooting my code. Key blast. It did a bad job while moving animation. Is playing over something. The idle on the ground is playing over. Let's just grab the animations. This these animations, and then we'll drop them. Hold on, let's go ahead and grab that. Is playing over the idle on the ground. Is playing over. Let's just grab the animations. This rather than their specified. And then we'll drop them. What's the word I'm looking for? State. Rather than only in their specified state. Also, the animation only speeds up if I charge Y and move, rather than before I start shooting key blast. Also, the animation only speeds up if it should happen regardless if it's before I shoot the key blast or after Boom. That should work. Let's see. Alright, seems like a couple issues. Key blast animation for ground movement is playing over your main attack animation. The animation speed change for charge flying isn't consistently applied when firing key blast. Let's break these issues down. Prevent key blast ground movement animation from playing over main attacks.
That should work.
Not playing such as.
Alright,
Alright.
so a couple issues. Key blast
Ensure
for ground
animation
movement is
speed
playing
changes
over your main
happen
attack animation.
consistently,
The animation speed
regardless
change
of when you start charging or
flying isn't
firing.
consistently applied when firing key blast.
When charging and moving on the ground is consistent, whether before or after.
Over main attacks.
Alright, let's see. Oh shit, it's still typing script.
Ensure animation speed
Now it's
changes
done.
happen
Alright,
consistently,
let's go ahead and see it.
regardless of when you start charging or
So-
firing.
Select all. Yoink.
Charging and moving on the ground is consistent
And let's give it a whirl.
before or after.
Alright, so first problem, let's see if it fixed. If I shoot key blasts while standing still, I shouldn't be wigging out anymore. And then also, I have to shoot. While standing still, I shouldn't be wigging out anymore. I think it'd just be easier to speed up the animation, chat. But I also just want this type of effect, like how we got here.
Easier to speed up
Except for
the
we can't do that. Both issues are still
want this type of effect.
occurring.
Here. Except for we can't do it.
Alright, let's address both issues more systematically to ensure they work as intended. This is also why we save our progress, chat, because the last time we saved we didn't have the lock-on system and stuff set up yet. That's okay. I don't mind erasing the lock-on system. It was nothing that actually worked yet, so... Like, all of the changes that we have saved right now are shit that's set in stone. Like, we know it works. Alright, so...
Both issues more systematically to ensure they work as intended. This is also why we save our
We're able to
progress, chat,
track
because the
where in
last time
charge
we saved,
flying.
we didn't have
Okay.
the lock-on system and stuff set up yet.
Yeah.
That's okay. I don't mind erasing the
I will
lock-on
say
system
that
and
giving
stuff
me
that
these
actually
lines
works
where
well.
it tells me what is going on in each instance, that helps so freaking much with, like, understanding what is going on here. Default slower speed when not charge flying.
You're able to
Alright,
track where in
when charge
flying.
flying.
Okay. I will say that giving me these lines where it tells me what is going on in each instance, that helps so freaking much with, like, understanding what is going on here.
Let's see.
Default slower speed when not charge flying.
Select all this. Ooh, a little bit less lines of code, chat. I don't know if I like that yet. Ooh, that's usually not a good sign. Damn it, it broke my key blast. And my animation.
Select all this. A little bit less lines of code, chat. I don't know if I like that yet. Ooh, that's usually not a good sign.
You didn't fix my key blast. Or you didn't fix my
Damn it, it broke
animations.
my key blast
And you broke my fucking key blast.
and my animation.
Oh, I already even knew what I said, and I was so angry I mistyped it.
Fix my key
I said, you
blast,
fucking key blast.
or you didn't fix my animations. and
I want to
you
make sure
broke
that
my
ground
key
movement don't
blast.
interfere with the main attack animation when firing key blast.
The speed change for charge flying should happen immediately
Oh,
when
you
you're
knew
firing
what I
a
said,
key
and I was
blast
so
and
angry I mistyped
should be
it. I
consistent
said you
whether
fucking key blast.
charged or not.
I want to make sure that ground movement don't interfere with the main attack animation with firing key blast.
Alright, I accidentally swore at it improperly, so it might just really give me a really fucking fucked up redneck ass code. Here we go, chat.
The speed change for charge.
Oh god, we're dropped like almost 100 lines. This is terrifying. This is gonna be so fucked. Key blast is broken for sure. I already know. They've erased it. They completely fucked me.
Alright, I accidentally swore
Yup,
at it improperly,
yup.
so it might just really give me.
Bro, why am I doing that? Like, bro, what even is that?
Oh god, we're dropped.
It's like I'm
almost
trying to
100
do that,
lines.
but I
This
keep
is
going like.
terrifying. This is gonna be so fucked. Key blast is broken for sure. I already know. They've erased it. They completely fucked me. Yup.
Yeah, it's literally that animation.
Bro, why am I doing that?
Bruh.
Like, bro, what even is that?
Oh my god.
It's like I'm trying to do that, but I keep going like.
Bro got so fed up he broke his own rule on politeness to AI. I swear to God. And you see how well that worked out for me?
Yeah, it's literally.
And it's
that-
funny because if you go through this, you could genuinely see me asking him please.
Bruh. Oh my god.
Hold up. Hold up. Matter of fact,
I got so fed up, he
we'll
broke
find it
his
this
own
way.
rule on politeness to AI. I swear to God. you
Yep.
see how well that worked out for
53
me?
instances.
And it's funny because if you go through this, you could genuinely.
We're both
see
nice
me
enough to
asking
say
him,
it.
please.
Alright, now back to what I was doing.
Hold up. Hold up. Matter of fact.
Alright, let's see.
Yep. 53
Yeah, I don't think
instances.
this worked. Yeah, that didn't work.
We're both nice enough to say it.
Animation. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just bring it all the way the fuck
Alright,
back.
Now back to what I was doing. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I don't think this worked. Yeah, that didn't work.
This should be the most fixed version of it we have.
Animation. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just bring it all the way the fuck back.
Wild idle. I spoke too soon.
This should be the most fixed version of it we have.
Now let's see. Alright, let's see. So.
Now let's see.
Oh my god, this better work. This better be the one. I've seen a lot of code change, and it seems like they added like 50 more lines, so this is probably where it was last set, because I remember damn near being at 300. Okay. Last fire. Oh my god!
Oh my god, this better
Chat,
work. This better be the
this
one.
is
I've
not-
seen a lot of code change, and it seems like they added like 50 more lines, so this is probably
This
where
isn't
it was
real.
last set, because I remember damn near being.
Got the movement. That's Oh my god, I'm just gonna have to keep going back until I fix this shit again. Son of a bitch. Yes! We're free. Alright, so we got our normal class. We got I won this.
now that we know that this is the last working code that we had. Oh my god. This is the last time the code worked as it should. Oh my
Alright,
god.
So,
Now that we know that this is the last working code that we had. Oh my god. This is the last time the code worked as it should. Oh my god. No wait, that's not that. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, sure, like, what the heck's going on down there? Never mind, it's nothing important. Alright, so what we need is this. So I'm gonna grab this. Wait. All I want to do is when charge flying at the same time this animation plays, that it speeds the animation up. All I want to do is when Bro said Fusion World Drop 4 cost 30,000 Super Saiyan 3 Kid Goku. That if your leader is Vegeta Daima, this card gains barrier. Huh? Wait. That means it's a blue card. A blue barrier? What the hell? A blue barrier? What the fuck? 30,000 Super Saiyan 3 Kid Goku. That's just not natural. If your leader is Vegeta Daima, this card gains barrier. Huh? Yellow? What do you mean? Oh, for Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. That means it's a blue card. A blue barrier? What the hell? A blue barrier? What the fuck? That's just not natural. Got my hopes up for nothing. Yellow? What do you mean? Oh, for Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. I wonder if Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta has any art that contains Super Saiyan 4 Goku, you know. Got my hopes up for nothing. You say wanted to put that barrier in my deck so fast. Hell no! That means I would have had to use Blue Vegeta. F that! Super Saiyan 4 Goku, you know. That would have been a neat card, but with a leader restriction like Daima Vegeta, I'm out. Put that barrier in my deck so fast. Hell no! That means I would have had to use Blue Vegeta. F that! That would have been a neat card, but no Daima Vegeta is not the worst deck in the game, by the way, chat. Bro is just so mid, to me personally, that I wouldn't do it. No Daima Vegeta is not the worst deck in the game, by the way, chat. They'd have to give him something really special to make him shine for me to want to play him. Bro is just so mid, to me personally, that I wouldn't do it. They could have at least had the man negate 2 cost for the cost of an energy, but negating 1 cost for the cost of an energy? No good.
at least had the man negate 2 costs for the cost of an energy. But negating 1 cost for the cost of an energy.
Considering how hard they have been going, keeping him out from anything but
No
Legends, I say chances are not high. On the Super Saiyan 4 talk, yeah. I don't believe it either. I mean, because it's centered around Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, I would imagine that we don't see it. But I imagine that we'd probably see Super Saiyan 3 do. Considering how hard they have been going, keeping him out from anything but Legends, I say chances are not high. On the Super Saiyan 4 talk, yeah. I don't believe it either. I mean, because it's centered around Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, Bro just ate a whole copium pill on that one, not even gonna lie, chat. That would be the most ultimate L to take. Alright. Hold on. Before we just bust off and do whatever the hell we want, let's read the changes that we made so we made sure we don't just fuck up our system. Bro just ate a whole copium pill on that one, not even gonna lie, chat. Or see your adjusting speed based on movement speed. We need to explicitly shoot at the animation and carry time. Hold on. Before we just bust let's add logic to detect charge flying and apply that increase speed to ground moving animation. Or see your adjusting speed based on movement speed. I have a feeling like it was doing it in a lot more wrong of a way than I needed it to. Because it shouldn't have been playing a slow version really at all, if that's the case. Like, what should have been happening is the second I charge fly, it just goes into that mode. Like it was doing it in a lot more wrong of a way than I needed it to. Because it shouldn't have been playing a slow version really at all, if that's the case. I've added is charge flying to track whether left shift was held. Like the ground moving animation now speeds up if charge flying is active. Alright, let's see. I have a feeling like this is better, more sound logic. I really hope it's not the exact same, but I have a feeling it's better. We'll just hope they didn't take out my stuff that I need. I've added is charge flying. Left shift was held. The ground moving animation now speeds up if charge flying is active. Alright, let's see. They took out my shit that I need. That's one thing I hate about AI, is really unless you tell them every fucking time, hey, don't delete every fucking thing that I've done, they'll delete everything you've done. We'll just hope they didn't take out my stuff that I need. Hey, can you stop deleting everything that I'm doing? They took out my shit that I need. That's one thing I hate about AI. That's not your judgment to make. Every fucking time. Hey, don't delete every fucking thing that I've done. Nor did I ever ask you to do it. Hey, can you stop deleting everything that I'm doing? Thanks. That's not your judgment to make. Nor did I ever ask you to do it. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought, AI. Tired of dealing with your shit. AI keeps trying to go off on me, bro. Like, I swear to God, like, this is ridiculous. Bro, like, he really thinks you... Look at me! I am the captain! Swear, like, bro. I really need to tell the AI who's boss around here. AI keeps trying to go off. I tell you what to do! God, like, this is ridiculous. Bro, like, he... Damn! Look at me! I am the captain! Like, bro, I really need to tell the AI said pretty much, I swear to God, this is hell, dude. Like, I'm fighting with an AI like I'm right, and I'm the one that's trying, like... Damn! I'm right! Like, you don't get to be right, because you're not the one experiencing it. And it's just like, oh yeah, no, this code should work 100% of the time. I checked it in my own head, so I know it's good. Source, trust me, bro. Literally, source, trust me, bro. And I'm the one that's trying, like, I'm right. Alright, let's retry this. Good
Like,
lord.
you don't get to be right because you're not the one experiencing it. And it's just like, oh,
Yeah,
no,
that
this code
didn't
should
work.
100% of the time. I checked it in my own head.
You
so I
broke
know
my
it's
key
good.
blast.
Source, trust me, bro. Literally, source, trust
You
me.
broke
bro.
my key balls. I know exactly how that feels as someone who can mostly understand the
Alright,
code I
let's retry
send
this.
in.
Good lord.
I'm literally fighting with AI right now because I'm literally like, I'm telling it like, all right, this is the problem I'm having. Can you fix it? And it's like, okay, I fixed it. And then I'll send the code and it'll be like, my key blast will be completely fucked. And I'll be like, why? I checked the line of code. It's like 60 lines of code out of the 300 lines I had prior. Yeah, so it just deleted like 260 lines of code. And I'll be like, oh, can you not do that next time? And it'll be like, yeah, sorry, I forget you keep telling me not to do that. Like, what? How do you keep forgetting? Every time, every fucking time, I literally keep saying, do not delete my code unless I explicitly tell you to. Out of the 300 lines I had prior, yeah, so it just deleted like 260 lines of code, and I'll be like, oh. No, Dan would fuck me up if I were to ask Dan for code. And it'll be like, yeah, sorry, I forget you keep telling me not to do that. Like, what? How do you keep Dan is the last person I need. I know do anything now sounds like a good model for this, but it would not do anything I need it to now.
Tell you to.
Oh my god, so we got the animation to play, chat.
No, Dan would fuck me up if I were to ask Dan for code.
We broke the animation, chat. By jumping, we break the animation. Dan is the last person I need. I know do anything now sounds like a good model
That's
for
not
this,
good.
but it would not do anything I need it to now. ChatGPT is like a little child that remembers nothing, literally.
Oh my god, so we got
Literally,
the animation
dude.
to play, chat.
Tell it something and 5 seconds later, it forgets everything you just told it. I can forget it in the same time I type the code. Like, I'll be like, don't forget not to change nothing unless I ask you to. And it'll change everything. And I'll be like, didn't I say, like, don't change everything? And it'll be like, oh yeah, you're right. Or sometimes it'll be like, here, I typed you this new script. It types nothing. And I'll be like, where's the script? Oh yeah, sorry, forgot about that. What the fuck?
Forget it in the same time I type the code.
Huh? How did you forget? That was the one part.
And it'll change everything. And I'll be like, didn't I say
From the side. This probably looks so funky. Hold up. Bad, but it could be way. So I'll Yeah, but see, that works so much better than the state I'm in. Like, I'm going from actually, like, better to worse at this point, and I hate it. Because now I've reached the pinnacle where it's like, where I do something, really make it fuck it up, or make it better, and in most cases, it's fucking it up. And we still haven't even gotten to the freaking lock on yet. Yeah, but see, that works so much better than the state I'm in. Like, I'm going from actually, like, better to worse at this point, and I hate it. Because now I've reached the pinnacle where it's like... do I just say screw it? Really fuck it up, or make it better, and in most cases, it's fucking it up. Oh, I got a better idea, chat.
Freaking lock on yet?
I got a better idea. What if we ask it to make us a separate animation for that? Can you make me a separate animation?
Like, do I
actually
just say screw it?
Let's be nice to it. I got an idea.
Oh, I got a better idea.
Let's try tackling this
I
problem
got a better idea. What if we ask it to
a
make
different
us a
way.
separate animation for that?
Can you make me... How's about
A separate animation. Actually,
instead
let's be nice to it.
of writing
an
code to speed,
Let's
the animation,
tackling this problem
you write me a code.
differently.
You write me or
How's about instead
additional script
of writing
for
code to speed
an animation that plays
you write me a code.
very
You
similarly
write me
to anim
additional script
ground moving.
an animation
Only
that
difference is this
very
animation
similar
will play
to
when moving on the ground, shooting key blasts
moving
while also in
Only
charge fly.
difference is this animation
Yeah,
will play
that worked. Let's see. Got it.
when
Just in its animation speed dynamically, we can create a separate animation that will only play when the player is moving on the ground and is in charge fly, and this new animation will be based on anim ground movement, but it will be played when charge fly is active. We'll use the same base animation with anim ground moving as a template.
that worked.
We'll create a new animation for the scenario when the player is moving on the ground while charge flying.
Create a separate animation that will only play when the player is moving on the ground and is in charge fly, and this new animation will be based on anim ground movement, but it will be played when charge
We'll
fly
create a
is
new
active.
animation for the scenario when
We'll
the
use
player is
same base
on
animation with anim ground moving
is
as a
moving on the
template.
ground while charge flying. This
We'll
animation will
create a new
play
animation
only
for the
if the
scenario
player is
when
moving on the
player is
ground
moving on
and
the
charge
ground
flying.
while charge flying.
Alright. And so then I got my idea here. And it's pasted the ID right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of animation before we close it out here today. So we're going to go over here back into our DB draft. And now you guys are going to see my mini hidden plateau. And so then I want you to know, chat, this little hidden mini plateau that you're going to see, it will always, forever be in the game. You just will never be able to access it. You'll never be able to see it. You'll never be able to access it. You'll never be able to get down to where it's at. Ever. It's just, like, I'm going to write it into place so that, like, you won't be able to pass the sea level. But, like, you know, further down, further past the sea level, you're going to see I have a hidden little plateau off to the side for animating. So we're going to go venture to it.
You'll never be able to access it. You'll never be able to see it. You'll never
That
be able
is
to
if I
access
could
it.
find
You'll
it.
never be able to get down to where it's at. Ever. It's just like
It can be pretty hard to find, so an easy way to track it is to do this.
But
Here.
like, you know, further down.
So we're gonna
further
grab
past the
dummy.
sea level, you're gonna see I have a hidden little plateau off to
And
the side.
yep, we're gonna follow this now.
So we're gonna go venture to it. That is if I can find it.
Here's we go.
can be pretty hard to find, so easy way to track it
Sure you see it in the distance already, chat.
And yep, we're gonna follow this now.
We're coming up on it.
Here's we go.
You said, just so you know, I have been here for all of
Sure
the
you see it in
stream.
the distance.
Alright, Riku. You a G. So here's our little hidden mini plateau. So this is where we finally get to our little animation guy. And now what we're going to do is we're going to actually customize him to animate. So just like, so Sun Gamer, I'm sure you guys remember in my very early streams, if you're one of the ones that have tuned in for like one of the day ones, we've had a tournament fighter named Sun Gamer who's played for a while but hasn't been around recently. Occasionally pops in the Discord, and one time he gave me some advice telling me that there's this animator called Moon Animator that works. Well, I ended up finding out that there's also another animator called our Frame Animator, and it will do the same thing pretty well too. So yeah, I've been using that, but I didn't start initially using that. I initially started using the normal animation editor, so we're gonna go use that because that's what I have selected for the animations that I need. What we're gonna do is we're gonna
this animator
import
called
the
Animator
ground
Work.
moving key
Well,
model,
I ended up finding out that there's also another animator called
and then we're gonna speed this
our frame
puppy up.
animator, and it will do the same thing pretty well too. So yeah, I've been using that, but I didn't start initially using that. I initially started using the normal animation editor. So we're gonna go use that because that's what I have selected for the animations that I need. What we're gonna do is we're gonna import.
All right, let's see if it moves faster
The ground
now.
moving key model, and then we're gonna speed this puppy up.
All right. Let's try ground key running. We'll save it as that.
All right, let's see if it moves faster now.
We'll go ahead and grab its ID. We got ground key running now. And we're gonna paste it right here.
Alright. Let's try ground key.
And now we should be running while on the ground.
We'll save it as that.
So we have our walk.
We'll go ahead and grab its
Oh,
ID.
shoot. Our walk while shooting key
We
blast.
got ground key running now.
That does not seem to be working. And then
And now we should be running while on the ground.
this code might have
So
broke
we have
something.
Our walk. Oh, shoot. Our walk while
Some
shooting
many
key
things.
blast. That
Ah,
does
let's
not
check if our
work.
code's fixed now. Problem after problem, Chad.
This code
Nerp.
just broke something.
That was not the fix.
Some many things.
Let's check if our code's fixed now.
Problem after problem.
So now we're gonna ask it.
Nerp. That was not the fix.
We're gonna grab this script. Please implement the changes I asked of you onto this script.
So now we're gonna ask it
Without tampering
and
or
grab the script.
removing any line
Please
of code.
implement
Thank you.
the changes
Let's see if it does it.
I asked of you.
Here's the updated script that includes the changes you requested without removing or tampering any lines of code. New functionality adds animation for the moving on ground while charge firing as per your request.
Removing any lines of code. Thank you.
Alright.
Let's see
Alright,
if
you
it
ready, you ready, you right. So I just gotta wait for this code to
Here's the
finish
updated
typing.
script that includes the changes you requested without removing or tampering any lines of code. New functionality
Come on.
adds animation for the moving on
Come
ground while
on and
charge
take a
firing
free
as per your
ride.
request.
Dang. Typing faster than I can
Alright.
scroll while it's lagging out.
You're right. So I just gotta wait for this code to finish
Alright.
typing.
Drop that in here.
Come on.
Fuck! I just realized I lost the ID.
Dang.
There we go, I got it back.
Scroll out, lagging out.
Cancel.
Alright. Drop that in here.
There we go. And then we could just copy, paste like that. And we'll test it now.
I just realized that.
Now it should be working as intended.
You could just copy, paste like that.
What the fuck was that?
Now it should.
I don't think this code is recognizing when I'm in charge slash fast fly. Let's see, chat. Truth isn't checking the status of charge fast fly. I don't think this code is recognizing. Add a detection flag to check if the player is currently in. Modify the logic inside the activate function. Make sure this flag is taken into account. Oh, God, chat. I'm telling you, this is like the back and forth that I've been dealing with, but it's fun. I'm telling you, like watching my whole project come together piece by piece, it really does make it an enjoyable experience. And y'all see how close I am to finishing Key Blast on its own. 4 hours in, we haven't gotten much change though. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't really happen very quickly. Otherwise, I'd be a lot further along. Oh shoot! I don't know if I like this yet. Hopefully, I'm not gonna erase any Key Blast logic. 4 hours in, we haven't gotten. Why? They're two different scripts. Why? They're two different scripts. Let's try that. Do file, export, overwrite the existing, ground key running, save. Copy the code in case you need it, we probably don't. That would be my issue right there, chat. Overwrite the existing. Key running, save. Glad we could fix that. Alright, so I'm not moving any differently. Okay, so we need to find a fix for that ASAP. I'm not moving what do I do with that? Okay, so we need to find a fix for that ASAP. Let's see if it remembers my script from. What do I do, chat? Do you remember my script for activating guard slash fast fly? When we discussed earlier, it looks like you have a flying system with the ability to charge fly and fast fly. However, I don't have the exact details for the code that specify it specifically handles the activation for these modes. To integrate charge fly, fast fly, detect when charge fly, fast fly activates that flag. If you still have the charge fly code, I can integrate it with the animation shooting behavior. So it's asking for the charge fly code. Yep, that's exactly what we wanted out of it. Alright, and then we're gonna feed it our fly charge code, which is actually the fly. So we'll select all. Actually, no, it is my fly charge. So it's asking for the charge fly code. Yep, that's exactly what we wanted out of it. We're gonna select all. And then we're going to bring it over here and gladly, and pop right there, right on top of it. Now let's integrate this charge fly behavior into your animation script. We need to track whether you're in charge fly, fast fly. This can be done by checking the active state for. Alright. Right on top of it. Modify the activate function in the script and corresponding animation. Now when charge fly or fast fly is activated, the animation reflects that. Without tampering or without removing or tampering with your previous code. Alright. Modify the activate function in the script. One very simple one, chat, that I'm going to have to add is the ability to charge key. But that will be extremely easy to add, I will say. The best part is I get to add tiny animations like the hand shaking. I can make them go like, yeah. Oh man, that'll be fun. That'll be a really easy one to do though, because it's all just animation based. I'll basically be like, when you press C, stop all animations. Like stop all movement, stop all animations. Set it to this. Simple as that. And then charge particle aura. Boom. That'll be a really easy one. Boom, baby. It's all just animation based. I'll basically be like, when you press C, stop
Let
all
us
animations.
see
Like stop all movement.
if this
stop
code
all
suffices.
Set it to this. Simple as that. And then charge particle aura. Boom.
Alright. So this code's now for
Boom, baby.
this.
Let us see.
Let's go ahead and copy that.
If this code suffices.
Select all. And apply the logic. Let it work its magic. Let's see what it can do. Come on, this has got to work now. Broke my ability to fly.
Select all.
It brought me down to 188.
Let it work its magic. Let's see what it can do.
Please, for the love of God, stop removing code that I do not tell you to.
Broke my ability to fly.
Because of you, once again,
It brought me down to 188.
my key blasts are broken.
Please, for the
Return it
love of
immediately.
God, stop removing code that I do not tell you to. Because of you,
Alright.
once again, my key blasts are broken. Return it immediately.
Can't tell, I'm getting very frustrated with this thing just not working at all.
Alright.
Lock mouse implementation. End. Bro, what? Yeah,
Pit time
it's
can
just
very
telling me right there I
frustrating
might
when
need
this
to
thing
delete
is not
that.
working
Get
at
target
all.
position BS.
Lock mouse implementation.
Or key blast towards the target position.
Bro, what?
You would think that that would work with the way it's written, but
Yeah,
no,
it's just
it does
telling me
not.
right there I might need to delete that. Get target position BS.
Alright, let's see if this works. I already don't like that. I have a very strong likeliness that they deleted my code. You would think that that would work with the way it's written, but no, it does not. Alright, let's see if this works. What part of don't remove code
Don't like
that I do not
Very strong likeliness that they delete
say to remove do you not understand? What part of don't remove code that I do not... I understand now that you don't want me to remove anything that isn't explicitly mentioned. My guy, I've said it like 50 times. How do you just now understanding that I don't want you to remove any of the code that I don't want you to remove? Oh my god, no. That's not what's happening. It's giving me the wrong code in general. It's mixing code. That isn't explicitly mentioned? My guy, I've said it like 50 times. How do you just now understanding that I don't want you to remove any of the code that I don't want you to remove? Ayo, what is this?
Oh my god, no. That's not what's happening.
Why are you mixing the code for fly script with key blast? Yo, what's up, KOD? How's it going? Going through a lot of trial and error with this shit. Very annoying. Ayo, what is this? Why are you mixing the code for fly script with oh god key blast? Oh my god, this thing's fucking slow.
Yo, what's up, KOD? How's it
Yeah,
going?
it really is
Going through a
fucking
lot
slow,
of
chat.
trial
Like,
and error
like
with this.
genuinely.
Very annoying.
Oh god. Oh my god, this thing's fucking slow.
Yeah,
Since
it really is
apparently
slow, chat. Like
you have the memory of a geriatric patient, this is what we're gonna do. I'm going to resend the code. You're going to not fuck it up
you have the memory of a
and delete,
geriatric
tamper,
patient.
or simply
This is
even
what we're gonna
touch
do.
anything that I don't explicitly
I'm
tell
going
you to.
resend the code. You're going to not fuck it up
Only make the changes
and delete
that I asked,
or simply even touch
which are the
anything
implementations
that I don't explicitly tell you to.
you last made.
Only make the changes
Oh my god.
that I asked,
Here is the script.
which are the
Getting so freaking
implementations-
enraged I'm mistyping now. Alright, here we go. There's the script.
You last
There you are. Eat. Eat. Please.
Oh my god.
Here's what I'll do.
Here is the script.
I won't touch or alter anything in the script unless you explicitly tell me to. I will implement the changes you asked for in this last message.
Alright, here we go. There's the script. There you are.
I'll now only apply those specific updates you asked. Here's the updated script with charge fly logic.
Here's what I'll do.
Swear to God, chat, this better freaking work.
I won't
touch or alter anything in the script unless you explicitly tell me to. I will implement the changes you asked for in this.
Oh god, it doesn't look like it deleted anything so far.
I'll now only apply those specific updates you asked. Here's the update script, the charge by logic.
I gotta wait until the script's finished typing though.
God, chat, this
There we
better
go.
Freaking work.
Alright. Oh god, it doesn't look like it deleted anything so far. Let's see if this works now, chat. Same speed. Do I need to reset the animation? Maybe? Same speed. The animation is set. Do I need to reset the animation? Maybe? The animation is set. Animation set on charge flying while moving on ground and shooting key blasts isn't playing. Alright, this is gonna be my last edit for tonight. Charge flying while moving on ground and shooting. Alright. Key blast isn't playing. Yeah. Alright, this is gonna be my last edit for tonight. Alright. There we go, we got our code. We're gonna select, paste, see what we can do. Let's. Alright. There we go. We got our code. So we're gonna select, paste, see what we can do. Okay. That didn't work. You know what, chat? I think I'm gonna just call it for tonight. I'm probably still gonna work on this even after being on stream, but we've hit our 4-hour mark. No need to waste extra time. I just wanted to show y'all I'm working on a pretty cool project. Expect it to get released soon, because like I am barreling towards an end goal. But you know, it would be nicer if I had some more hands-on. So if you guys, you know anybody that likes to script and code like Dragon Ball, tell them to hop on the project. You know what I mean? Anyways, I hope y'all enjoy. Y'all have a good day. Peace out. Be smooth. Bye.
Yo